All right, everyone, it is 5:30, so we're going to go ahead and call our meeting to order and get our board meeting started. Good evening, everyone. Great to see you all. Gosh, this year is going by quite quickly. You know, we're going to be doing graduations here soon and folks moving up to the next grade levels and from elementary to middle school to high school, and high school on to life. So we're going to go ahead and move on to 1.2, Pledge of Allegiance. And today we'll be led in the pledge by San Bernardino High School senior George Jones. George, are you in here? Oh, right. Oh. And I think, is he also our Heisman, or not our Heisman, our Ken Hubbs Award winner? Ken. Keith Hubbs. All right. Thank you, George. Is there? I didn't know that.
Good morning, everyone. Oh, good evening. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Place your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, and you may be seated.
Teach me about that one. All right. Thank you, Mr. Jones. Well done. And if I would have read a little farther, I would have told me you're the Keith Hubbs Award winner. So congratulations and job well done. I know it's a huge recognition for athletes, and so I want to commend you. Okay, we will move on to 1.3, approval of the agenda.
Moved.
Second.
It was moved by Vice President Tillman, second by Ms. Alexander. Any discussion or items to be pulled from the agenda? All right, hearing, seeing none, let's go ahead and vote as it's drafted. All righty, agenda is accepted as it was drafted. We'll move on to 1.4, inspirational message, and lucky me, gets to be me today. So I have just a couple little messages, and on different events that have been happening this month. As many of you probably know, it's AAPI, Asian American Pacific Islander Month and Heritage Month. So just a quick quote from one of my favorite boxers, Manny Pacquiao, for those of you that might know who he is. He was 8-time champion in different divisions, and you know, he's a pretty simple guy if you've ever met him, really simple guy. And he says, you know, when you speak, there should be no notes. You speak from deep in your heart. It's easy, right? And so for us up here, you know, I like to try to always speak from my heart, but sometimes we prep our speeches, but I absolutely agree with that. It is also National Police Week, so I want to honor, thank, and show my unwavering support for our brave officers from San Bernardino City Unified School District School Police Department, as well as our local law enforcement agencies. Now move on to my last thing, which is the graduate. We're going to have quite a few of those this year, you know, thousands across our district, so looking forward to that. So a little bit about the graduate. No matter which road you choose, no matter how long it may seem, let your heart be your guide along the way. If you want to fulfill your dreams, no matter the detours, the roadblocks, or dark nights, continue your heart's desire. Lift up your torch and don't be afraid to set the world on fire. You are the light of a new day, shine for all to see, carry your knowledge from this day forward, blaze a trail for history. No one will ever be quite like you. Remember this important truth. We all have purpose in this life, and it begins in our youth. Who are you now, and who you'll become is determined by your soul. And with your dreams in your heart to lead the way, you can conquer any goal. Congratulations to our graduates this year of 2023. All righty, and now it's fun time. We're going to get to Special Recognitions 2.0 Outstanding Achievement Awards. Oh, am I reading this one? I just want to make sure. All right, looks like I am reading this one. All right, the board is pleased to recognize and honor ThinkWise Credit Union with the Community Partner Award for their continued commitment to the students of our district. The Board of Education is honored to recognize students, parents, grandparents, guardians, volunteers, and employees from Kimbark and North Vermont Elementary Schools, Chavez Middle School, and Sierra High School. Students will be recognized for their hard work towards academic achievement. Parents, grandparents, guardians, and volunteers for their school involvement and positive impact on the lives of children and site employees, both certificated and classified, for their dedication and commitment to their schools and the students they teach and serve. Oh, wow, and here we go. I see ThinkWise already coming up. They are just absolutely amazing partners with us, so I'm not sure who's going to do the introduction or the... Maria? All right, Ms. Garcia. Jorge.
Thank you, Board President Wyatt and Board of Education. Now it is time to present the Outstanding Achievement Awards. My name is Maria Garcia, and I'm the district's communications officer. This evening, the Board of Education will honor students, parents, and staff from Kimbark Elementary School, North Verdemont Elementary School, Chavez Middle School, and Sierra High School. The board recognizes outstanding students to build self-esteem and honor excellence in academics, athletics, fine arts, citizenship, and most improvement. The board also recognizes outstanding parents, volunteers, and employees, as well as an outstanding community partner. I ask that our esteemed Board of Education members and Superintendent Mr. Mauricio Arellano please make their way to the front to congratulate our honorees this evening. Superintendent Arellano, please stand at the Mark Center space, and board members, would you please stand at one of the remaining marked spaces near Superintendent Arellano? All of our school-level honorees will receive a certificate of appreciation and certificates from County Supervisor Joe Baca Jr. Our Outstanding Student Award winners will also receive free tickets to the San Bernardino Symphony, as well as a district bumper sticker and yard sign. And our Outstanding Community Partner Award winner will receive a special plaque made by Bing Wong Elementary School students. Now it's my pleasure to honor our long and productive partnership with ThinkWise Credit Union. ThinkWise Credit Union, formerly known as the San Bernardino School Employees Federal Credit Union, is an ardent district partner that has made many lasting contributions to the district and the local community. In addition to adopting schools and educating students, ThinkWise Credit Union employees actively participate in district events like Principal for a Day, the Community Gathering for Excellence, and the Superintendent's Century Club. In recent years, ThinkWise has donated more than $10,000 to support various district events like the Employee Gathering for Excellence. ThinkWise was also a sponsor helping to defray the Community Gathering for Excellence. In 2015, ThinkWise also supported an effort by San Bernardino City Unified managers to raise money for student scholarships. The countless contributions that ThinkWise has made have had a substantial positive impact on the San Bernardino City Unified School District. ThinkWise Credit Union has adopted several district schools through the Adopt a Schools program, a partnership between the district and the San Bernardino Area Chamber of Commerce and the Highland Chamber of Commerce. Emerton and Henry Elementary Schools and Golden Valley Middle School all have benefited from the generosity of ThinkWise Credit Union. The contributions of ThinkWise and its employees have helped Henry Elementary students understand the value of forming community partnerships. ThinkWise CEO Eddie Garcia, who is not able to join us today, also has a passion for public education, and he serves as president of the board of directors of the Making Hope Happen Foundation, our district's educational nonprofit. ThinkWise is committed to the long-standing partnership with SBCUSD as a way to give back, because most of the credit union's 5,600 members are employees of San Bernardino City Unified School District. And credit union executives are committed to continue supporting the district and its students. For its long-standing support of the San Bernardino City Unified School District and our students, ThinkWise Credit Union is certainly worthy of the Outstanding Community Partner Award. I would now like to invite to the podium ThinkWise Business Development Manager, Mr. George St. Martin, to speak about this wonderful partnership. Please help me welcome Mr. San Martin to the podium.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much. I think she took the words right out of my mouth. Everything I was going to say, she said. So, but no, really, thank you. I want to take a page out of Dr. Wyatt's opening intro of speaking from the heart, and I really do appreciate the opportunity to continue to work with the staff and the students in the district. I mean, we go far beyond what she had mentioned as far as providing financial literacy and financial education to the students from elementary school at career days all the way to some of the local high schools with vital realities and some of the other fun things we get to do with them, including some micro internships. So we stand firmly committed to working with our distinguished partners here at the school district and the schools and the students themselves, because we believe they're the future. And I know that we have a lot of great things coming up here in the district, and we're looking forward to seeing what happens. So thank you again. We really, really appreciate the continued partnership.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Carla Cross, and I have the pleasure of serving as Manager on Special Assignment, Internal Communications within the district's Communications Department. And at this time, we'd like to take a moment to recognize one of the 125 employees who would begin their service to the district during the 1997-1998 school year. It is your hard work and devotion to our students and our school community that contributes to our mission to be a district of excellence. We appreciate you, and we are pleased to have this opportunity to recognize you tonight. Audience, please join me in a round of applause as we welcome Sandra Imbriani forward at this time to be greeted by the members of the Board of Education and Superintendent Ariano. Sandra is a teacher at Pa'akuma K-8 school and has served the school district for 25 years. She will receive a certificate of appreciation tonight for her years of dedicated service, a service pin, and a challenge coin. Sandra, thank you for your service to the district throughout the many years. Audience, let's give her one more round of applause.
Thank you, Carla. Now it's time for our Outstanding Student, Parent, and Employee Awards. Honorees, when your name is called, would you and your family please come forward to accept your awards and have a photo taken with our Superintendent, Mr. Mauricio Arellano, the Board of Education, and your principal. Students, please be sure to pick up your yard sign before you leave tonight. Would Kimbark Elementary School Principal Eurydice Fitz please join us at the front by walking down the ramp where you see the balloons. We ask our honorees to do the same when your name is called. After pictures, our honorees will exit using the opposite side. Let's start with first grader Ethan Sayer, a student in Amy. Ethan is a student in Amy Cejas and Ronald Collins's class. Ethan has consistently demonstrated a strong commitment to his academic progress. Sure, make your way down. Ethan has consistently demonstrated a strong commitment to his academic progress. Despite some obstacles, he has shown significant growth in his social and emotional learning and met most grade level standards. Ethan excels in reading, and his love of learning is evident in his passion for topics like sharks, the solar system, and cars. Ethan wants to become a scientist or an actor when he grows up. His parents, Raymond and April Sayre, must be very proud. Let's hear it one more time for Ethan Sayre. Congratulations, Ethan. And kudos to the entire family. And next up is fifth grader Ryu Romero, a student in Javier Alba's and Jackie Lacey's classes. Ryu's inquisitiveness, curiosity, and eagerness to learn, combined with his willingness to participate in hands-on activities, his love for gardening, and his dedication to helping others make him a true role model. Ryu demonstrates critical thinking skills by questioning and applying concepts during lessons, which will benefit him in his future career as a scientist or an engineer. Ryu's mother, Andrea Romero, should be very proud of her son. Let's hear it one more time for Ryu. And next up is Kimbark's Outstanding Parent Award winner. Would PTO President Paul Kirkland come forward to accept this award on behalf of himself and the entire Kimbark Parent-Teacher Organization? Under Paul's leadership, the PTO has become an integral part of the school community, investing countless hours in creating memorable experiences for students. From organizing fun-filled events to creating vibrant bulletin boards, Kimbark's PTO truly embodies community team collaboration and love. Let's give them a round of applause. Congratulations to Paul Kirkland and the entire Kimbark PTO. And now, lead recreational aide, Anacleta Toscano de Aguilar, is our outstanding classified employee. Ana approaches every task with enthusiasm, showing a willingness to go the extra mile to ensure that the needs of the students and teachers are met, and consistently demonstrating a friendly and approachable demeanor. Ana is proactive in finding solutions to problems, being responsive to feedback, and demonstrating a genuine interest in the well-being of those she serves. Let's give Ana a big round of applause. Oh, is it Ana's birthday today? Is it? Well, let's sing happy birthday on the count of three. 1, 2, 3. Happy. Thank you, audience, for going along with this surprise for Anna. Counselor Shana Johnson is an outstanding. Shanna Johnson is an outstanding certificated employee. She exemplifies the basics for excellence in focusing on results by working collaboratively with colleagues to produce exemplary results for SPCUSD and her students. She demonstrates a strong work ethic and consistently goes above and beyond to ensure that the needs of our students are met and that they receive the support and guidance they require. Through her collaborative approach, Shana ensures that everyone is working toward a common goal and positive outcomes. Let's give her a round of applause. And thank you for helping us honor the students and staff from Kimbark Elementary School. And now we're going to give a big round of applause to North Verdemont Elementary School and Principal Kimberly Roble. First up is Araiha Dean, a sixth grader in Amy Birkenhoff's class. She is one of those quiet, beautiful, artistic humans who is thoughtful and kind, but who is also fiercely protective of those who need it. She is a fantastic example of a North Verdemont eagle. Araiha loves singing, and her educational goal is to attend Harvard University and pursue a career as an artist. Ariaha's grandmother, Frintry Dean Reynoso, also deserves a round of applause for raising a wonderful young lady. Our next honoree is Cece Toiloa, a fifth grader in Steve Belinsky's class. Cece has been such fun to watch grow over the past 4 years. He is well known for his athleticism and prowess on the football field and in pony ball. He is also bright, helpful, hilarious, possesses integrity, and most importantly, he is kind. Cece's goal is to attend USC, UCLA, or Oklahoma State to play college football or baseball. His dream is to play professionally in the MLB or NFL. I'm sure his parents, Katea Kaifana and Lokeni Tailoa, are very proud of their son. Let's give the whole family a round of applause. Yes, the entire family should be here to celebrate this young man. We have more family joining the group. Let's congratulate this beautiful family with another round of applause. Now let's welcome Outstanding Parent Award winner Jennifer Corrigan. Is Jennifer here? This ball of fire blew into North Vermont during virtual learning, and the staff had no idea the power of this petite human possesses. Aside from volunteering in one of the kinder classes regularly, Jennifer also tutors those in need and took on the demanding role of PTA president. Her creativity, effervescence, openness, organization, and commitment are hard to match. We are happy that Jennifer has joined the Eagles team. Let's give her a round of applause. And now would Clerk 2, Lisa Romero, please come forward. Lisa Romero is an outstanding classified employee. Lisa has been a parent volunteer, an instructional aide, a health aide, a rec aide, and now a clerk in the school office. But many would call her North Vermont's beacon of light. Lisa's kindness and smile brings comfort to the littlest scholars going to school for the very first time, to the parents leaving their little ones for the very first time, and to everyone else that she comes in contact with. We happily honor Lisa as one of our outstanding Eagles this year and every year. Let's give her a round of applause. And now, resource teacher Christina Allen is our outstanding certificated employee. Christina is a legend at North Vermont. She has done an amazing job running the environmental education program and so much else for the school since North Vermont opened its doors. Her calm demeanor and positive attitude are unmatched. She handles all responsibilities without prompting or reminding. She is the true meaning of a professional. Congratulations, Christina. Audience, please join me in another round of applause. All of the outstanding North Vermont Elementary School scholars, families, and employees really deserve the recognition tonight. And now I want to invite Dr. Robert Morales, the principal of Chavez Middle School, to join the board up front. And congratulations to 8th grader Jasmine Ibardalosa Paeste. Jasmine is a student in Chavez's UCLA team. Jasmine's positivity and energy make her a model student. She currently holds a 4.0 GPA, has excellent attendance, and is a recipient of the California Junior Scholarship Federation Award for service to school and community. Jasmine has aspirations to attend New York University and study to become a middle school teacher. She gained inspiration from her avid teacher, Nuria Mansouri. I'm sure her guardians, Lucio Paesti and Jovi Galarza, are very proud. Congratulations to Jasmine and her family. Up next is 8th grader and UC Irvine team member Kenneth Sermeno Perez. Kenneth is the co-anchor of the weekly Chavez Middle School newscast, where he is good-natured, humorous, and where his good-natured, humorous side is on full display. He made the honor roll and also earned the California Junior Scholastic Federation Award for School and Community Service. Kenneth is working toward a career where he can do what he enjoys most, and that is helping others. We are so proud of him, and we are sure that his parents, Vilmian Perez and Oscar Sermeno, are also very proud. Let's hear it one more time for Kenneth Sermeno Perez. Maribel Soto is an outstanding parent. Maribel has played an active role as a voting member of the school site council. Her input has proved instrumental in the development of the single plan for student achievement. The school site council appreciates her dedication and commitment toward the overall improvement of Chavez Middle School. And we hope that our son Nathan appreciates his mother's dedication to his education as much as we do. Let's hear it one more time for Maribel Soto. School accounting technician Joanna Agredano is an outstanding classified employee. Joanna has been instrumental in the organization of the She's got quite a fan club. Joanna has been instrumental in the organization of the Chavez Middle School ASB. She is a real team player who stays until the job is done. She is approachable and service-minded, something that our students love. The school office functions at a high level through Joanna's professionalism and positive passion. She is definitely an asset to the school and the community. Thank you for your exceptional work, Joanna. MYP coordinator Natasha Flores is our outstanding certificated employee. Natasha has exemplified the ideals of a true professional. She is service-minded and always willing to put students before anything else. She has an extremely positive attitude, which students and staff gravitate toward. She is dedicated to her work and always ensures that things are complete and organized before leaving campus. Natasha is definitely an asset to the Chavez Middle School community, always pushing for the next level of excellence. Congratulations, Natasha. And congratulations to all of the Chavez Middle School Rattlers honored tonight. Dr. Flores is visiting with her former colleagues. It's good to see her. And now let's welcome our Sierra High School honorees, starting with Principal Hector Murrieta. Please come forward. Congratulations to senior Jonathan Shute, a student in Dr. Aaliyah Costin's class. Jonathan came to Sierra in September with just 99 credits as a senior. In his 9 months at Sierra, he has earned 109 credits. And he is on track to graduate next week. Jonathan's dedication to his education didn't stop at just earning credits. He has also maintained a 4.0 GPA every block. Jonathan aspires to be a Formula One race car driver. As he trains, he wishes to work in the automotive industry as a technician or mechanic. His mother, Tracy Shute, must be so proud. And our final outstanding student of the evening is senior Brianna Perez Camacho. Brianna, will you please join us? Is Brianna here? Okay, we don't see Brianna. Up next is outstanding parent Michelle Acevedo. Michelle is always a bright ray of sunshine who spreads joy wherever she goes. Is Michelle Acevedo? Okay, we'll go to the next honoree. We are pleased to honor Registrar Cecilia Becky Cantu. Is Cecilia here? And now for teacher and coach Mike Munoz, our final outstanding award winner. Mike Munoz? Okay. So those are Outstanding Achievement Award winners from Sierra High School. Let's give them a round of applause. And thank you to all of our honorees for making hope happen in the district. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen of the Board of Education and Cabinet. You may now return to your seats. And a special thank you to 5th District San Bernardino County Supervisor Joe Baca Jr. and the San Bernardino Symphony Orchestra for their support of this evening's honorees. Audience, please give everyone a round of applause. And that concludes our recognition for this evening. Good night.
Alrighty, folks, and thank you again to all our amazing students and staff and family members. Amazing job to all of you. It's always great to see you and definitely celebrate you all. We will move on now to 2.2, Resolution in Recognition of LGBTQIA plus Pride Month, and we will have Miss Marianne Grande reading today.
Thank you. Whereas lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer/questioning, intersex, asexual, and other youth and adults who are exploring or expressing their sexual orientation and gender identity have the right to attend school in a safe environment free of harassment, bullying, and discrimination. And whereas LGBTQIA+ youth are more likely to experience mental health issues, to drop out of school, and to attempt suicide than their non-LGBTQIA+ peers. And whereas policies and programs that promote education and awareness of LGBTQIA+ issues can reduce incidents of harassment and bullying of LGBTQIA+ individuals and create an environment where every student can feel comfortable embracing and expressing their sexual orientation and gender identity. And whereas the San Bernardino City Unified School District is committed to ensuring that every student, regardless of their gender identity, gender expression, sexual orientation, or biological sex characteristics, receives a well-rounded education that meets all their academic, social, and emotional needs. And whereas the LGBTQIA+ community has identified June as a time to come together in celebration of their diversity, inclusion, and impact within the greater world community and within the LGBTQIA+ community. Therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education of the San Bernardino City Unified School District joins others around the state and nation in recognizing June 2023 as LGBTQIA+ Pride Month and encourages district teachers to promote learning activities that encourage students to reflect on the many notable contributions that LGBTQIA+ individuals have made to California and the United States.
Moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Vice President Tillman, seconded by Ms. Rosas Medina. All right. Oh, and I see a light on. I was going to say, any comments,
Yeah,
discussion?
no, I just wanted to say that not only does it pertain to our students, but our families, our staff, and we want to make sure that everyone feels safe to be who they are without having individuals bully them or treat them any less. So I'm so excited that we have many supporters here as well. Thank you. Thank you all for joining us. And of course, there's an event coming up on the 20th at Indian Springs High School. So please join us if you would like to attend as well. Thank you so much for coming.
All righty. Now we need to go ahead and vote.
I think I said June. It's May 20th, Saturday, May 20th.
All right. Resolution motion carries. We'll move on to 3.0, public comments. 3.1, receive public comments. This is the only time the public will have an opportunity to address the board on items that are not on the agenda and within the board's subject matter jurisdiction, such as district policies, procedures, programs, services, or fiscal matters. Public comments are limited to 5 minutes per person. 6 or more people who wish to speak on one topic will be provided no more than 30 minutes total. Speakers are cautioned that under California law, no person is immune from liability for making intentionally false or defamatory comments regarding any person simply because these comments are made at a public meeting. All right, we'll move on to our first speaker. All right, we will welcome Officer Keith Cloak. Come on up, Mr. Cloakey.
I believe somebody is going to speak before me, Robin Rucker.
Mr.
all on
Cloakey,
the
is there
same-
going to be more than one person on this?
Yes, sir.
There's 5 total? Okay.
Yes, sir.
So we'll be giving you 25 minutes.
And who want to determine
Get
who
in order.
goes?
Yeah.
What order?
Thank
We have
you.
5 slips here, but I see 6 people. Are all 6?
All 6? 5? Okay.
All right.
We'll probably ask you by name. Let us know your name so we can check you off. Thank you.
My name's Robin Rucker. Hello, board members and cabinet. Like I said, my name is Robin Rucker. I've been a campus security officer in the district for 15 years. School safety is always our #1 priority. However, it often feels as though our schools are becoming less and less safe. We are dealing with student behavior that seems to be getting worse. And in addition, sometimes our CSOs have been attacked by parents and or students. Sometimes the lack of consequences or consequences that don't seem to matter to students, I feel like are contributing to the problem. In addition, CSOs on campuses were always short-staffed. And it's pretty much daily robbing from Peter to pay Paul. We're constantly moving. In the morning, you get a call while you're on your campus. I need you to go to this campus. So that is, and I've been doing this for 15 years, and it's been that way since then. Because we're always short-staffed when it comes to security, it's very concerning to me that the district is considering having CSOs leave campus for lunch as a result of the schedule for late start. We understand that that may be discussed at a later date, but right now the information that we have is that CSOs, rather than having an inclusive lunch, and I'll explain that in a minute, we're gonna go possibly to an exclusive lunch. So basically, we like to use the term for numbers, boots on the ground. How many CSOs do we actually have at a campus at any given time? And rather than looking at a piece of paper that says this is the number. Here's where we are now, prior to going into next school year. CSOs work a 7 to 3 schedule, and it's inclusive of lunch. This means that we're always on duty and always available to respond to anything that's going on the campus, including fights, disruptive students, unauthorized adults on campus, and non-students on campus. Anything that goes on, we're always available, always on call. We put our lunch, if we're at lunch, we put our lunch aside and we respond immediately to whatever the call is for service. That's how it is now. What the district is entertaining for late start in next school year is that the CSOs work a duty-free lunch, an exclusive lunch. This means that CSOs would turn their radios off and they can leave for lunch. And we know, as you'll hear some of the other CSOs speaking, there are a lot of campuses where, particularly middle schools, where there's 1 CSO, or high schools where there's 3 CSOs, maybe 4. We're assigned 5. Like I said, the paper would say 5, but actually people showing up at work, there may be 3 to 5 at a high school. So essentially, in our duty-free lunch, which the district is considering next year, in addition to that 5-minute lunch, because we have all of our gear and our uniform on, that 30-minute lunch, I'm sorry, because we have all of our gear and our uniform on, we're allowed 5 minutes to get undressed with our belt and vest and all that, and go to lunch for 30 minutes and then 5 minutes to get back. So a 40-minute time frame that we would be off the radio. Oh, I'm out of time. Let's see, campus security, campus safety is so important. The decision to intentionally leave our campuses with limited or no security for a limited time is not a risk that our district should take. It's not a matter of if something will happen, it's a matter of when something will happen, because we deal with it every day. Let's see, probably not going to be able to finish, but just as an example, one of my coworkers is going to talk about, she's been out since January on a workers' comp injury, breaking up a fight. Her partner is at Del Vallejo by himself. He's been there since January. So looking at next year's potential schedule, there would be nobody working security during that time. And since I'm out of time, I'm asking that the school board and the district not put our students and staff at risk by requiring CSOs to take a duty-free lunch. Thank you.
Thank you, Officer Rucker. All right, our next speaker, Mr. Clokey. Officer Clokey, excuse me.
Thank you. Good evening, Superintendent Ariano, board members, and everyone in attendance. My name is Keith Clokey, and I have been a CSO for almost 15 years. I have kids that attended school in the district, one of which currently works within the district. We thank you for this opportunity to speak. We are here this evening to discuss conditions as well as the safety and security within our district. Currently, I'm on bereavement, but because I feel so concerned about the current state we're in, I needed to speak. I'm speaking not only for myself, but for my fellow CSOs, but for the thousands of workers, children, parents that are concerned, threatened, injured, or bullied and left feeling hopeless or fear retaliation. In lieu of the issues and comments brought forward about a particular school in the last board meeting, it's unfortunate that this is not an isolated incident. Workers at all levels are pushed to their limits and burn the candle at both ends. Continuous turnover rate, as well as people having to navigate through 194 days at their very best, is difficult when you're understaffed and or your day-to-day work environment is barely tolerable at times. Many sites suffer due to the lack of experience and lack of team environment, meaning to value everyone's input and have mutual respect with a clear understanding of what everyone's role is. As far as the campus security officers, we are grossly understaffed across the entire district. Many sites only have one CSO every day. The ratio of CSOs versus students and or other staff is most of the time overwhelming. CSOs are questioned why they did what they did or why they didn't do enough. We have a turnover rate within CSOs just starting, still in their probation, because they felt either unsafe, overwhelmed, or they see how CSOs are treated. Some had other job offers in which they decided to take after seeing how conditions are. We deal with this too often without support. We are left with just trying to get through the best we can and hopefully go home safe. I say that because there are so many times things happening. I say that because there are so many things happening in a given day that so many situations are not even being addressed. High schools have many students wandering around, hiding in bathrooms or various other places around campus and doing countless other things that are not conducive to a learning environment. At middle schools as well as high schools, violent behaviors escalating to uncontrollable levels also affect our learning environments. Many times so many things can occur in a day that everyone can't keep track. Countless people work out of class to help with the workloads. Many times people are staying after hours to try to stay afloat. Police officers are getting assaulted. CSOs and staff are getting assaulted. Drugs and electronic devices are a huge problem at many sites. All this being said, the saddest beneficiaries are the students and just want to attend, the students that just want to attend and learn and be involved. When I ask supervisors or managers for answers to talk about solutions, I've heard that's public school system. Or worse yet, you care too much about the kids. Seriously? I was and am appalled at those comments. We all take anti-harassment, anti-bullying classes required every year, but these things happen too much without the ability to address all of it. In closing, we're about to end this school year and embark on a new year under a new late start law. This presents many concerns: labor agreement terms and conditions, the thought that our late start days we currently have hold some of the worst attendance of the week, and now that this will exist all week long. CSOs are going to be given off-campus lunch. Off-campus lunch. That in itself is a big train wreck waiting to happen. Remember the middle high school student in Moreno Valley in 2019, a bullying victim that was pushed and hit his head and died. The first questions were, where was security and supervision? Let me paint a scenario. I'm alone at a middle school. I am there because I'm subbing. The lone security that is normally there is out sick. I come from a high school that currently has 3,000 students and only have 4 CSOs. Now they have 3. I'm the only security now on the campus that I may or may not be familiar with. I am unaware of how they operate, or will I even receive any knowledge about what may currently be going on. I may or may not get keys to help secure the facility. Starting the day, a couple fights break out. Myself and others try to control the situation. We get hit with objects flying into the crowd, but hopefully nobody is hurt, and hopefully it's controlled quickly without incidences. Nevertheless, there are always lingering tension and potential for further incidents. Currently, CSOs have duty lunch. I would grab a quick bite to reset, while also being available for support. Next year, I will leave campus with a duty-free lunch and hope for the best for the campus. I get a flat tire and maybe I
Time.
won't be able to return. I only had one more sentence.
Go ahead and finish, Mr. Clokey. Thank you.
Lastly, the schools and securities needed in CAPS currently to perform the overtime duty status. Next year, they want that to be put on our backs as well as straight time. They want that to be put in a situation where transitioning from overtime to overtime at different sites is going to be very difficult. One of which our governor and state is eroding our systems with knee-jerk blanket laws that put us in compromised conditions while holding funding over our heads. We respectfully encourage you to meet with us to discuss any specific details and suggestions we may offer to try and start better serving our customers and community.
Good evening, Dr. Dr. President Wyatt, Vice President Tillman, board members and cabinet. Sorry, I'm kind of nervous.
Relax.
I'm going to speak from the heart. I wrote notes, but I'm not going to.
What's your name?
Miguel Hernandez.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Sorry about that. So I'm going to put this aside. I want to speak on safety, and I'm going to speak on behalf of myself. Most campus securities, what do you call it, middle schools only have 2 security guards. So when one of us is out, then it's a safety issue. I'll give you an example. They have us separated all the time. And that being said, just last week we had some high school students come over to our site. They attacked a parent. With us being separated, the security guard that was in the front of the school, the parent got hurt really bad. He came there, he couldn't do anything. He's not equipped with no pepper spray or anything. I was at the back. By the time I got there, everything was already done. So us being separated, it's a big issue. We're supposed to be patrolling together, being together. Being separated causes a big issue. My colleague here was by herself, the same thing. She got hurt, workman's comp. I've been punched in the face. I've had surgery. Lots of things like that has happened. And I don't know if you guys even know that it's going on. A lot of the CSOs are getting hurt, and nobody knows, nobody says anything. So I just want to let you guys know that it's very important for us, for this lunch not to happen. So thank you.
Thank you, Officer Hernandez, and Vice President Tillman for him. Officer Hernandez.
What school are you at?
I'm at Arrowview Middle School.
Thank you.
Yes, you're welcome.
Hi. Good evening, Board and Superintendent Ariano.
Your name?
Sabrina Duran.
Thank you.
Can you move the mic just a little bit down, please? There you go. Thank you.
Good evening, Board and Superintendent Ariano. Thank you for being here and allowing me to speak before you. My name is Sabrina Duran, and I am a CSO1 that has been with the district for 6 years now. The reason for my presence here this evening is to bring to your attention the growing concern for safety and security on our campuses. Within my years working as a CSO, I have seen the increase of defiance, violence, and complete lack of respect by students and sadly some parents, worse than year after year at a concerning rate. I bring this to your attention because in just a couple of months, our new mandated start times and hours will be changing. CSOs will now have a duty-free lunch, and as great as that may sound, many of us, if not all, are upset and quite frankly concerned with this decision. High school campuses will now only have 2 or 3 CSOs working during these lunch breaks, and that's on a good day when all 5 are on site and no one has called out, taken vacation, or been moved to sub at another site. Middle schools will now be pulled down to 1 CSO. 1 CSO to deal with an array of calls and issues. This is unacceptable. CSOs have been stretched so thin this year due to coverage issues that many of us have already been forced to work alone or down to the bare minimum. Officers have been assaulted when trying to break up fights, pepper sprayed by parents and students, and threatened on a daily basis. Let me paint this picture for you. A CSO is working alone and breaks up a fight. Parents are called, and upon one showing up, she is irate, uncooperative, and shoves her way into the office without checking in to get to where her child is being held. The CSO tries to intervene and calm the parent down and get her to go back to the office to check in and wait until they call her back. The parent pepper sprays the officer for simply doing their job. Now the CSO is unable to control any situation because they've just been the victim of assault, and can't breathe or even see clearly for at least a few minutes. This not only jeopardizes the safety of the officer, but the staff and students most of all, should anything else occur. Or when a fight breaks out and a crowd is so big that your only other responding officer can't get through to assist you, resulting in an injury where a CSO broke her arm trying to gain control over the two students fighting. This year, we have had a huge problem with parents coming on campus after school and during sports to fight with students and each other. Imagine being in the middle of all this chaos, trying to gain some type of control and order only to have your radio fail. Equipment issues have also been another huge safety issue. Radios will daily lose signal, turn off, or go in and out of transmission. This causes lack of awareness, response, and poses a huge safety concern for both staff and students. One of our only line of defenses is pepper spray, should we need to deploy as a last resort, and yet we have CSOs on campus working without it. No CSO should have to work on campus without all the proper and necessary equipment, nor should we have anxiety about going to work in fear of working alone. The number of fights, drugs, and weapons on campus is at an all-time high, and yet there seems to be a lack of concern toward it. As a CSO and more a parent to two children whom go to school in this district, I'm highly concerned. I worry every day my kids go to school and pray for their safety, especially for my high schooler who attends Cajon High School. Because I know and have seen firsthand the things that go on and happen and are brought on campus daily. With many of our campuses overpopulated and understaffed for safety, I not just ask but beg that you hire more CSOs, 6 to 7 for high school campuses, 3 for middle schools and continuation schools, and hire more subs. This would be just a minor solution in helping with some, not all, of the safety concerns when people take time off, need coverage at other sites, and will give chaotic situations the extra help and attention they need. At what point is our safety important? We are all human and have lives and families outside of our sites. At what point is my safety important that I make it home to my kids every day? I'll leave you with this thought. A good friend of mine is a nurse. I always tell her, friend, I could never do your job because I hate needles. She laughs and says, friend, I couldn't do your job either because I'd be fired already. My husband has made the same comment about my job. This led me to tell my kids in conversation one day that not every job is made for every person. It takes a special kind of person to do a special kind of job. You have assets to the district standing here before you. Don't lose them because you didn't want to help make a change, because the next ones might not be worth keeping. Let's not allow our district to become the statistic we need to be proactive and not reactive. I look forward to a broader conversation with you all, and thank you.
Hello, Superintendent Ariano, board members and community members, and my fellow principal, Sandra Rodriguez. My name is Marilyn Armijo. I'm a Campus Security Officer 1 here within the district. I am here in hopes of bringing attention to a growing concern for safety, security within the district. I have been assigned to two different sites since I got hired in 2019. I have gotten injured at each of these sites. First incident occurred last year due to a physical and very intense fight between 2 female students. I'm not going into every detail because it is an ongoing criminal case, but on this day, we were working with 1 trainee, 1 CSO who was too far to assist, myself and 1 other CSO. I got injured due to 1 student digging her nails into my skin to avoid being restrained, then struck in my face with her closed fist with cuffs on. I had to go through 6 months of blood work, 1 to 2 times a month, to ensure I didn't obtain any bloodborne pathogens. Can you imagine how my life would be if these results came back positive? I have 3 children and 1 on the way. When this happened, I feared the what ifs. What if I did get something? How would my kids be affected? How would I be able to provide for them with a lifetime illness that could potentially take my life? Do you have to think about that when you're coming to work? I'm currently on light duty for another injury obtained while breaking up a fight at my last assigned site. The injury was a hairline fracture to my elbow and many other injuries to my hand. Since then, my partner has been alone at Del Valle Hill Middle School with no extra CSO coverage since January. How safe is that? And this site isn't like Pacuma where little to nothing happens, yet there's a CSO there who could come and assist others who are short. This site is where fights occur daily, weekly. I probably wouldn't have gotten injured if my partner wasn't completely shut out and unable to get through the crowd. At every fight, we have dozens and dozens of students trying to get in the mix, record, and catch a glimpse of today's fight. Instead of going away from the situation, they're coming in crowds, causing CSOs, students, and staff to be placed in a more dangerous situation. In many instances, when this happens, students who have no business being there get injured or get pepper sprayed. Then we have angry parents mad at our CSOs for pepper spraying their kid. Some of you need to see the videos of the fights that occur on our campuses. They look like full-blown jailhouse brawls. All this happens with short-staffed CSOs, so I can hope you can imagine what it will look like with the changes coming to this school year. Many of you don't realize the extent of what we have to deal with on a daily basis, and maybe you should spend a day on these high-violence schools to see it yourself. Students have no respect for us. They threaten us, call us every name in the book, assault us. We've been pepper sprayed by students and parents, even wrestled students with knives in hand, not to mention the items we confiscate. Countless knives, drugs have been confiscated on campuses, as well as guns. Unfortunately, we don't have the luxury of having 9 CSOs on a campus, plus a Redlands police officer, like Sitges Valley, with only 2,072 students enrolled. 7 CSOs and 1 Redlands police officer at Redlands High. Or Fontana High, 5 to 6 CSOs plus a supervisor and 1 SRO with 2,500 students enrolled. Instead, we are lucky to have 3 or 4 on a high school, 1 to 2 on a middle school, and that's on a good day. These schools I mentioned might deal with some of the things we do, but they have more CSOs on campus to ensure a safe and secure campus. Just like you, we have families get sick, have deaths in the families, vacations, all of which cause us to be out. That unfortunately results in our campuses being monitored by fewer CSOs. If you haven't noticed, we are severely short-staffed. That includes police officers as well. That means when a CSO is alone or calls for assistance, an officer might not be able to arrive for 5, 10, 15 minutes or more. CSOs are the first line of defense on your campuses. Some of these campuses, your kids, grandkids may attend. If this new schedule for CSOs goes through, that means in some situations that could mean 1 CSO or none on middle school and 2 and 3 on high school, leaving our partners to deal with 2,500 plus students. A duty-free lunch puts CSOs, staff, and students in a very unsafe situation. Every high school should have 7 plus CSOs, and middle school should have 3. With all the violence on our campuses, we need more assistance to make our schools safer. Superintendent Ariano, we need fences to look like the district you just came from. My daughter, who attends RHS, has to be buzzed into her campus when walking back and forth to each campus, and this is because it is securely locked. Yet we have broken, open, chain link fences giving criminals the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Officer Neal. Vice President Tillman.
Well, thank you all for coming down tonight. Appreciate you coming down and sharing the information with us. And thank you for your service and the work that you guys do. I know it's a tough job. Has been for a long time. When I was in high school, we had a security guard named Lee, and she opened up a locker and the bomb went off in her face. And that's when they got rid of the lockers at the high schools. So I'm thankful for the work that you do. And a lot of times it's a thankless job. I know we're dealing with 2 different situations here. I know we're doing the change in the schedule. So I know I talked to superintendent and the chief of some folks about the changes that were made. I personally think that whatever time it was moved up, whatever minutes are moved up, that's when the start time should move up and nothing else to change. But that's something that they can discuss. But also you brought up a fact tonight about coverage, and maybe we can agendize that for another meeting and get some feedback from Mr. Ariano about suggestions on coverage and the number of people that should be there. But again, thank you all for coming out, and I appreciate your service.
Thank you, Vice President Tillman. I would just know we see you and we hear you, and I would echo what Vice President Tillman said as well and would agree to agendize it. I will look for consensus from the board, and Ms. Ceballos does have a comment or question maybe, so please be ready.
More so for us, I guess, and maybe we can discuss this when it does get agendized. But well, first of all, I want to thank you for coming out. It's really important for us to know. I see you and I hear you. There's so many students, and I didn't know some of this information that you brought here today, so I appreciate it in terms of the coverage and things like that. But the question that I had, and again, maybe we can come prepared with this portion. I'm curious to know, how do we determine the ratio of adults, CSOs to students? So if that could be included.
Well, again, we would have to agendize that,
Right.
And that's a great question. And when we have the opportunity to speak about it, we will. Ms. Chahusky and then Ms. Grande.
My question is around dealing with the coverage. I know, because I always look at the employment list that CSOs and school police have been on for a while. So I'd just like to know how long and how the hiring is going, the process and applicants. So are we
thing.
getting folks? So I just want to know. I mean, it's
Okay.
hard to cover if we don't have people in the pool. So I just wanted to add that to the.
We'll definitely have the
the
opportunity
item.
when we bring it
Yeah,
onto the
that's what.
agenda.
But I just wanted
ask a
to
lot of
bring
those
that
good
as a
questions
question
for
so that
ahead
we
of
can have
time.
it when it's agendized.
Thank you. Ms. Grande?
Thank you for being here.
Oh, sorry. Ms. Grande?
Yes, I just was wondering if CSO injury data exists. If we collect that kind of data, if so, I believe it would be interesting to take a look at it, if possible.
All righty. Well, I think we have direction on that, as well as consensus for agendizing it for a future meeting. Again, thank you everyone for being here, and definitely thank you for all you do. As I said, it's National Peace Officers Week this week, so again, we appreciate you every day. All right, our next public speaker is Brenda Freshwater. Welcome, Brenda.
Good evening. My name
Evening.
is Brenda Freshwater. I'm a program specialist in the Student Wellness and Support Services Department. I'm here tonight to celebrate that SBCUSD is hosting its first Pride event this Saturday, May 20th from 12 to 4 at Indian Springs High School. Yes. SBCUSD GSA advisors and the Student Wellness and Support Services Department have worked together to plan this event because we know how important it is for all students to feel welcomed, valued, and included. We want to thank you for your support in bringing this event to our students and celebrate with you, because we've talked to a lot of people and we've not talked to anyone who is aware of a school district having a Pride event. So we are the first that we're aware of. Excuse me. That's right. That's right. We're planning a fun day for the students. There'll be a variety of community partner booths to visit where people can get information and participate in fun activities. In fact, we have so many community partners that we had to close the request because we've run out of space for them. Many of our middle and high school GSA clubs are hosting an activity table where people will be able to do things like make their own bracelet or bookmark. We have a band and a DJ to keep the event moving. Several dignitaries, including Ms. Rosales Medina, will be there to offer some words. And we're most excited that we have a student discussion panel where students will be discussing their experiences, the support necessary from schools, and how current events in the community impact them. We've never experienced such positive response from staff and students as we have in this. We have over 75 people volunteer to help us in the event. And we've left with you an invitation for the event, so we hope to see you there on Saturday.
Thank you, Ms. Freshwater. Our next public speaker is Krista Kay. Welcome, Krista.
Thank goodness I get 5 minutes because I'm not a very good speaker, so I'm kind of nervous, but thank you. My name is Krista Kay. I'm a member of Teamsters Local 1932 here in San Bernardino City. I'm also a county employee for 18 years, and I had a speech written, but kind of like had to reverse it a little bit. I would like to thank San Bernardino Unified School District for holding this event on Saturday, because unlike your other school districts, you guys are very open to inclusion and to making sure that everybody is allowed. And I was at another school district and they're not very positive on anything like that. So, but I just want to say thank you.
And thank you for putting on this event. Thank you for being open with it. As a member of the community, the LGBTQ community, I also feel like it's a very important space for people to actually be themselves. But just remember that all groups are wanted, all groups want to be wanted, and not just one particular group. As it goes for this event on Saturday, there's 12 months in a year, so I'm pretty sure there's some club or some dignitary or something that goes on each month of the year. But I do appreciate you guys including June as a Pride Month for the whole community. Thank you.
Thank you, Krista. Our next public speaker is Erica Ruiz. Welcome.
Hi, everybody. So my name is Erica Ruiz. I use they, them pronouns. I do LGBTQ youth organizing with ICUC, Inland Congregations United for Change, and the Inland Empire Prism Collective. First and foremost, I'm here today to thank the school board for making it possible for us to have our first ever LGBTQ Pride event. In the midst of our current political climate, when the rights of LGBTQ people are being threatened across the nation, it is imperative to be active allies to the LGBTQ youth in our community. As safe adults, community partners, educators, and parents, it is our responsibility to ensure LGBTQ youth feel like they can safely be their authentic selves wherever they choose to exist. School should be a safe haven where youth can safely come into their identities without feeling ostracized, belittled, or othered. What SBCUSD is doing by putting on this event is life-saving. The current legislative attacks against LGBTQ people are intentionally targeting LGBTQ youth because they are a vulnerable population who are perceived as being easily scapegoated. It is our responsibility to prove this wrong. I want to thank everyone in this room who has ensured the safety of our youth. I want to especially thank school board member Abigail Medina for her continuous support and bravery, including all of the SBCUSD teachers, staff, administrators, and school board members who have ensured that LGBTQ students have a strong voice in this district. To truly walk alongside LGBTQ youth in the struggle for their rights, it is necessary to loudly and unapologetically be supportive of LGBTQ rights. We don't have the luxury of sitting on the sidelines and watching the safety of our youth be threatened. The best protest against those who try to get rid of us is to celebrate the joys of being part of the LGBTQ community. We must remind them that our existence is not an option, that we are here permanently, and that the safety of our LGBTQ students is a priority. I hope that this event is simply one of many steps in the continuation of the intentional journey to truly embody LGBTQ safe schools. Once again, thank you so much for your active support, and I'm truly so excited to continue to see SBCUSD champion the safety of LGBTQ students. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ruiz. Ms. Ruiz, we have a question, I think, for you. I see a light, so if you could.
It's more of a comment.
All right.
I just want to say thank you all. I'm really excited that, as you mentioned, where other areas are trying to pull back rights. We here are trying to stand forward and ensure that everyone feels safe as a safe haven in the school district. And you have support from all of our board members as well. So it's not just myself, but I do want to say I'm really honored to be part of San Bernardino City School District and being part of this process. So thank you so much for coming and speaking. And this goes to all the speakers that came also as well. Thank you. And the Teamsters, of course, all of our allies in the area. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rosales Medina. We'll move on, and our next public speaker is Kathleen, and I can't read your name, B? Brennan. All right, Kathleen Brennan, welcome. Sorry about that. I knew you'd fix it for me. Good to see you.
We've been in negotiations all day, so I'm tired. Yeah, you too. Right? First of all, thank you all for allowing me to speak tonight. And my name is Kathleen Brennan. I am the president of Teamsters Local 1932 and a proud county employee. I want to come here tonight and thank you all for what you're doing. This is the first ever that I think anyone knows of event of its kind. And it's quite brave. And in the time right now that we're facing with all these, attacks against the LGBTQ plus community, for you guys to stand up and do this really says a lot about each one of you. Unfortunately tonight, a lot of my brothers and sisters couldn't be here because when we were kids growing up, we did not have GSA groups. We didn't have an identifiable safe place on campus. In fact, most of the time all we heard were the voices of the loud minority telling us that we shouldn't exist, that we were disgusting, that we were groomers, we were pedophiles, etc. A lot of these people that I grew up with unalive themselves. A lot of us tried to unalive ourselves. A lot of us turned to substance abuse. And some of us were able to get out of that and go on to lead very successful lives, albeit in our 30s, 40s, and 50s. I like seeing these GSA groups because what that tells me is that there's this beacon of hope for this younger generation coming up, that they don't have to wait until they're in their 30s, 40s, and 50s to go on and lead wonderful lives and accept themselves for who they are. Life is so short. We don't have time to waste on hating one another, especially not hating ourselves. So with that, I just want to applaud you guys and thank you guys for what you're doing. And who knows how many lives you guys might save by doing so. But on my behalf and my committee, I'm the chair of our LGBTQ plus committee. I just want to thank you all for what you're doing. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you, Ms. Brennan. And Ms. Brennan, we have looks like a light on, so I don't know if that's a question or comment by Vice President Tillman.
I just want to thank you all for coming out tonight. I have a daughter, and she came out about 4 or 5 years ago, and it wasn't easy for her, and I saw her get some negative backlash from some of her close family. So I watched her go through the struggle, but she had a discussion with me about how important it was to come out and not have to hide, and to be yourself, and how empowering that is, and how much trauma is involved in not being able to be yourself. Right. And so we've had a discussion. She lives in New York right now, and so I just want you to know I'm a champion for the LGBTQ.
It's hard to keep it, Alphabet Mafia, yeah.
But and I know that our board members are, so if there's anything we can do, just let us know. But thank you very much for coming out.
Thank you for sharing that.
And you guys are saving lives, so I appreciate you standing up, because everybody doesn't have the courage to do it. A lot of people can't do it. Right. But you're not only benefiting yourselves, as you know, but so many others that don't have the courage and can't do what you're doing tonight. So thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Vice President Tillman. Ms. Chahusky.
I also wanted to give my thanks. My daughter came out when she was 12. She was fortunate enough to have role models in community that she didn't know that it wasn't safe for her to come out, and it was unintentional that we did that for her.
That's awesome.
But it also made me understand the impact that some of my friends had gone through as we were growing up, that are my age, and then also some of her friends who didn't have family members who were supportive, that sort of reached out to us to be their supports. I unfortunately cannot be there, and when I heard that we were having a Pride event, I was so excited. I went to Abigail and I was like, oh my God, I'm so excited. But I got elected as a CSB delegate, and I have to be in Sacramento for that. So I cried.
Next year.
I'm like, that was my next thing is y'all have to have more. This can't be the last. This could be the first, but it's the last. And we need to make sure that we can keep that community connection. I think
right.
that's really important, and I appreciate that the Teamsters are here today
We
with
will
our
be
other
here
our
tomorrow,
other Union
next year,
Strong
the year
members out
after.
there to represent. So thank you very much as a community member for stepping up and supporting our students, because that is also
Absolutely.
important. It's not, the family is larger than just our school district, and it's really
That's right.
important that we keep all the kids in our community safe. So thank you to all of you tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chahusky. Ms. Ceballos?
Also, I don't have a question. I just also wanted to comment and, say thank you for coming out. I think it's really important to be inclusive of all people, regardless. And, this particular group is not the exception. And so I'm also really excited to be on the board as this is happening in our district. So I'm really, really excited. I won't be able to be there either because I'm going to be joining Ms. Chahusky along with Dr. Wyatt. But definitely next year, I look forward to it. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ceballos. Ms. Grande?
I too am sorrowfully that I'm not able to be there this first time. I am a model at the Headdress Ball, so it is for Assistance League. But other than that, I so would have been there. As a teacher, I was privileged to have been part of the NEA RA, and that was like I believe the largest teachers organization in the country. Well, we would meet, and they had the best LGBTQI plus caucuses you've ever seen in your life, and I was privileged to have joined that this last year. And I still continue to get all of the information. I've been given an opportunity to sign up again. And if you were to see that, it's just glorious to see thousands and thousands of teachers all supporting each other in this important work. Right. And it's very timely, and it's exciting to be here at this moment in time for us to support you, all of us.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your service.
Thank you, Ms. Grande. We're still going there, Ms. Brennan. Ms. Alexander?
Not a problem. I just wanted to commend you all for what you're doing, because it's also important for the community, because there might be a number of students who don't have the family support. And for their mental wellness, it's important for their family to see that they have a community to support with their choice. I think everybody has individuals in their family who have made choices that their family members don't support them. So I commend you for doing that. And it's very important to be intentional about what you're doing and the mental wellness of our students, but also, growing up in an era where, we didn't talk about it. So I appreciate that. Yes. Unfortunately, I cannot be there either, because I will be at the Headdress Ball all day long, along with Mary Helen for the Assistance League of San Bernardino, but I will be there next year.
You guys will be there in spirit.
Yes, they will.
All right.
And I know this is my
Thank you, Ms.
second
Alexander.
time.
Ms. Rosales Medina, second time.
I know, this is my second time.
She's violating
But I
the rule
will
up here.
be
I want you to
there.
know
I'm
that.
excited. And so I came out about 6 years ago, and it was the hardest thing ever. And coming from minority community, you are sometimes pushed to the side. And I just appreciate the community, the new family. Sometimes we generate new family members as well. And so I'm really excited, again, to be part of this process. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rosales Medina. And I just want to say, when I started this work 8 years ago, I ran on a platform for all students matter and all means all.
That's right.
And I am a little bit emotional about this, because we've heard a lot of testimonies tonight and about kids getting bullied, a lot of fighting going on our campuses, and we need to address that. We really do. But congratulations to all of you for standing strong. And again, like our officers, we see and hear you. And we're super excited for your event that's coming up. And I know, gosh darn, all of us are like doing something. But Abigail's going to be there. Ms. Rosales Medina will be there. And she'll be representing all of us. But as I said, all means all, and I mean that. And that is our job and our goal, to protect and honor everyone. So thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
All righty, moving forward, let's welcome our SBTA president, Ashley Alcala. Welcome. Is this 2 times tonight then? Or I'm just kidding. All right. Welcome.
No, just one.
Okay. Get home early.
Good evening, President Wyatt, Vice President Tillman, Superintendent Ariano, and Cabinet. I'm Ashley Beatis Alcala, the proud president of the 3,000 members of the San Bernardino Teachers Association, speaking on their behalf this evening. You may not be aware that today is the California Teachers Association's observance of Educational Support Professionals Day. We are grateful to our educational support professional and classified staff members, brothers and sisters in the union with us, for their tireless efforts. Our classified brothers and sisters are the front line of public education with us each and every day. And it begins with that first school bus ride in the morning, and it ends when those custodians turn off the lights and leave the buildings way after everyone else has left. We want to acknowledge and appreciate our classified brothers and sisters today and every day, and we want to thank them for all they do to help support our schools, our students, and their families, and they are families in our community too who attend our schools as well. Every employee within our educational community is important and plays a part in impacting our students so they are able to thrive and learn in our schools. And it's also very important for our district to recognize our LGBTQ employees and respect them and provide safe places for them as well. And so we too are participating in Saturday's event to support our entire community. And all of us play a role in providing safe spaces so that our students are able to thrive and learn in our schools and in our community as they go on to bigger and better things after they graduate from our schools, which is coming soon in a few weeks. We'll be seeing a lot of our students graduating. And we also want to appreciate all of our education family, not just at this time of year, but every day as well. I also want to let you know that we have begun negotiations with the district, and we hope to be able to come to a fair agreement with it under an efficient timeline. We know that the May revise has just come out. And we hope that on Monday when we meet with the district that everyone's prepared to meet and discuss some of the things that we've already put forward to the district. And finally, I look forward to seeing many of you this coming Thursday at our Monty and Retiree Awards celebration. And we'll see you there, and we hopefully get to celebrate some of you on the dais, Miss Abiles Grande, who just retired recently. And welcome our new superintendent, his first time attending as well. So thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you, Ms. Alcala. All right, our next public speaker, I put in my glasses, is Acoma Unity Center. Welcome.
All right. Good evening, Superintendent Ariano, Board President Wyatt, VP Tillman, Board and Cabinet. My name is Jennifer Sakara, and I'm the Operations Manager at Acoma Unity Center. First, I'd like to thank you all and the community for allowing us to present our first cohort water education program known as the DRIP Squad. And yes, right. In collaboration with the People's Collective for Environmental Justice, UC Riverside, and CAPS Expanded Learning. We are truly grateful to Dr. Rodriguez, CAPS Expanded Learning Director Ann Pearson, for their continued support and ensuring that we had the supplies and tools needed for this program to thrive. For example, these beautiful lab clothes our scholars are wearing. This program exemplifies the true meaning of expanded learning programs. These scholars are learning science, technology, engineering, math concepts with hands-on learning, and they are also addressing real-world issues and working together with community to come up with real solutions and action. So again, thank you so much for your continued support. And tonight you're going to hear from each of our scholars and our community partners.
Good evening. My name is Yvette Torres. I'm a community researcher with the People's Collective for Environmental Justice. The People's Collective for Environmental Justice is an environmental justice community-based org here in San Bernardino. And we had students from Acoma actually reach out last year that their water did not taste good. It was brown. They had cockroaches. And so Acoma reached out and was, let's start this partnership, this relationship. And now here we are a year and a half later, and Miss Emily, Miss Butterfly will talk a bit more about DRIP, but I wanted to share that it was the students who reached out to us knowing that they care about the community and want to see changes. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. Excuse my voice. I'm having some asthma issues, so I'll do my best to talk tonight. Before I begin, I want to say that the land that which we reside on and work on is actually the First Nations land of the Havitam and the Tongva people, and all my relations. Thank you so much for that. So as you have heard, my name is Emily Vasquez. I have my students and staff and everybody calling me Miss Butterfly. That's my spirit name. And what I incorporate so much in my curriculum, I try my best to think about the bigger picture and also bring it back to something realistic, because here in our community, we have a lot of real life issues. And so with that being said, I really wanted to focus on sharing what the whole entire school year has been. When I was looking at pictures today for these science boards I have right here, our students have been through so much. And these types of programs like the DRIP Squad need to exist because I don't get to see them during the week. I see them on the weekend. So that's one day. I see them twice a month on Saturdays. So if you think about it, it's another opportunity for students and families and parents and staff to really engage in community-based activities. And so I would like to, if possible, put these science boards out just so you could see the progression of where we started this last school year and then where we're at now and where we're going to be heading in, because I think pictures can really give you the sensation of what it's like to be in my classroom. And really, it's not my classroom, it's our classroom. I try my best to make sure that the hierarchy isn't really there in our classroom, because I'm just a community member just like them. And that's something that I always try my best to instill in everything we talk about. So the first board is called the DRIP program. And in that science board, there's a bunch of pictures of the first session. The first session essentially is where I go to Acoma and I'm sharing what the DRIP Squad is going to entail. I'm sharing with families and staff and parents who I am, what I was doing before DRIP, and where I plan to go with this program. So just to give you a little taste of that, before I was ever a teacher with the DRIP Squad, I'm an organizer. And so my brain, organizer brain, is always thinking like, how can I make this real for my students? When there's so much realness in the streets, there's so much realness at schools, you know, all of that together encompasses so much. And so I wrote some notes. Give me one second. Having this opportunity to be able to teach my scholars is really beautiful, because I'm also learning from them. I get to hear their experiences and their stories, and it makes me think, wow, is this really going on for youth? How can I make sure that they're healing and they're starting now, so that when they become also adults in our community, they know where to go. They know how to deal with their issues. They know how to file complaints. They know who to go to make sure that their needs are being met. I try my best to have solutions for them, right? On one of these boards right here, you can see that we actually did a recreation of water. That was our very first session. I recreated water for them, and they got to see and feel what that was like. Because if you think about it, we come into this world through water, right? We're born, we're housed in a big belly full of water. And so I felt like the curriculum was so important to start there, because if you look at the board, now we're in a place to really understand what that means for us. It's not just about the water, it's about the air, it's about the land, it's about the policies and things that people are voting on in office, right, in government. And there's a lot going on in that too. We talk about those real things. We talk and we have really hard conversations. And these students, these scholars have so much to say. And that's one thing that they often say too, is I wish other people could hear us, right? I feel like my voice isn't being heard. And so my job as a role model in this specific program is to offer them that, to give them that, because that's what they deserve. And I'm so proud of my scholars. It's an honor to be able to come on Saturdays and get to know their parents, get to know the staff members. I get so excited when I have everybody in my classroom. It feels like a family reunion. I love each and every one of you. I'm so proud of you. And thank you so much for having me.
Good afternoon. Hi, my name is Caleb Zacharias. I live in San Bernardino. I joined Drip Squad. Drip Squad is a community group that teaches us how to protect our water and use it and not contaminate it, water and our air. When semi-trucks factories are running, there's smoke. Smokes get into our air, eventually goes into our water system. What I want to change for our community is for our community to have less damaging industries, also less shipping trucks, and more fresh water for schools in San Bernardino. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Alani Chapman. I attend Aurora Valley High School. I joined Drip Squad because it seemed really fun and I wanted to know more about the program. During my experience, I have learned more about my environment, science, and my culture. For example, how water connects to dance and how to honor our environment. A highlight I enjoyed so far is going to UCR and being in the labs and doing water testing. And what I want to see changed is the water at our schools. We need cleaner water and so kids won't get sick. Thank you.
Hello. Hello, my name's Alan Campo. I live in San Bernardino. I joined Drip Squad because I care for my environment and I want to better my community. And one change I would like in my school is cleaner water.
Hello, my name is Liliana Wilson. I go to Arroyo Valley High School. And why I joined Drip Squad was to learn more about it since I didn't know anything about it. And I learned a lot about how we can make change about our water and how the conditions in our water at our school is affecting us. What I would like to see in our change in our community is better water quality inside of school. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Nicholas Nelson, and I go to San Bernardino High School. And one thing, well, I forgot what the question. Oh yeah, one thing I want to see change is the water pollution, because one time my friend had some water. He was drinking some water and he almost died because of the water. And I look forward to finding that solution, because I don't want no other kids or younger kids younger than me to die because of that. Thank you.
Hi everyone.
My name is Sam Ying. I'm an assistant professor at UC Riverside in the Department of Environmental Science. Thank you so much for letting me speak here today. And I have the great pleasure of partnering with Acoma Unity Center and PSEDGE on this adventure toward building the DRIP Squad program. And in this past year, as Yvette noted, it was really driven by the need for students to know what's going on with their water, and that the aesthetics of the water itself was really inhibiting them from even drinking it. And in our state, water is a human right. And unfortunately, even though that is currently law, we are not necessarily implementing it. And that's causing health disparities throughout our state. And so this adventure that we're on took a lot of time to form a strong partnership that is trusting between our university, PSEDGE, and the Acoma students. And so that's what this year and Miss Butterfly's whole agenda has brought us to. And so what we're very thankful for is all of the resources that your board has provided for us to build that foundation, and hopefully what can continue, because water and training our scholars to understand how water quality and treatment and distribution and safe, affordable, and reliable water resources for everyone is a lifetime's worth of training. And this is where we're starting. So what we're hoping is that in the following year, we can build essentially a long-term monitoring program that is really run by the students, where they regularly take samples and understand how sampling works, and then partner with our university and even EPA certified labs to run the samples for water quality data at TAP, which is not a very available data set usually. So with all of those foundations that we've built this year, we're hoping that the board will be supportive of us continuing this program so we can build this as a year-on-year program for all of the students to come, and eventually bring them into the water sector and have them become leaders to speak holistically about what safe, affordable, and reliable water is. Thank you.
Good evening, school board members. I am Darcel Kennedy, and I'm senior advisor at Acoma, AKA Mama Darcel. So I'm an elder, and I love to be esteemed as such. So this year has really been filled with intense learning about the many ways that water is, has been, and will continue to be a very important part of our being. By discovering our ancestral ties to the land and to each other, we're building a foundation for future exploration and education. We're forging a path toward establishing partnerships to seek out solutions that can benefit our entire community. At Acoma, our scholars are given opportunities to step into a very bright future. Acoma not only means where the heart is, as you can see by our logo. At Acoma, we plant seeds and we sprout solutions. So we want to thank you so very much for your support. Thank you.
So again, thank you so much for your continued support. We are forging career pathways in water. These are our future biogeochemists and water experts. So again, thank you for investing in the youth and their future. We have invited you all to our graduation and pinning ceremony on Saturday, June 3rd from 2 p.m. to 5 p.m. So you can RSVP by responding to our email. So yes, we hope you all can join us and the families to celebrate them. Thanks.
All righty, thank you. And we do have a few lights on. I'll start with Miss Alexander.
I'd like to first say thank you for the presentation. How long has the program been around? I know it was inspired by students identifying, I heard that the water was dirty, they were advocates and showed some interest, but how long has the program been around?
Since August.
So all that was produced since August of 2022?
The program, yes, has started since August 22, planning for it, long before. So these are concerns and issues that many of our scholars have brought up in previous years.
Awesome. Definitely applaud you for the program and the partnerships that you've developed, and just the students for taking action and speaking out, because I know that there's been other areas and other cities that did not do that. So thank you for doing that. And thank you for all that you're doing. In terms of your event on Saturday, I was aware of it, and thank you for the invitation. I am locked down with the Assistance League, but our headdress ball is our 61st headdress ball. So I apologize, I will not be able to make it. However, I will make sure that I get the message out to others who I feel should be there. And then I think there was one other thing I wanted to mention. It's on Saturday. Yes, sorry. I can't remember it now, but if I remember, I'll let you all know. So thank you.
Absolutely, thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Alexander. Mr. Husky?
Thank you so much for that. It's so timely, as we've heard about water all across the country and the different issues that we've had, and water rights and water access, and effects of drought and everything like that. So I'm really excited about that. My question is, and I'm not sure if it's an ACOMA question, a UCR question, or a PSEDG. Is that how you say that? Okay. But have you reached out to the San Bernardino Water District, and are they going to be partner as a community partner in this program?
Most definitely. Thank you for asking. Yes, we have, and we're working in partnership with them as well. They have come and presented to the students as well, and we're looking at working closely with them as well as Valley College, because they do have a program for people going into the water field. So we're looking at grooming our young people, getting them ready for a career in water.
That's a great articulation, and it's much needed. So don't forget that. And then my last question, where are your results going? Are they going to the school site? Are they going to Miss Pearson? Or are they going to Mr.
Right
Pissy?
now, we're in the middle of still gathering them.
Okay.
So once we get samples that we think are going to be comprehensive enough, then we'll share them. But right now, this first year was just really helping the students, the scholars, go through that process so that they can understand what it entails.
Look forward to the entire arc,
Yes.
and the results. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Husky. Ms. Biles?
Just really quickly, I also wanted to say thank you for coming out. Scholars, you guys did a great job speaking up there. I'm really proud of you. Yes. It's never easy, but you did great. Thank you for asking that question, because I did have a similar question. So I'm really excited to hear that, you are working with Valley College and also with the Municipal Water District as well, because I know that there are a lot of careers out there, and it's a growing, need. I just had one question, just out of curiosity for the students. Do you guys attend, or do you guys belong or are part of at your school sites of any clubs or any programs or anything like that? How many are? Can you just raise your hand? All of you? Okay, good. And if you did not have this program, what would a Saturday look like? Just playing at home, video games, bored.
My normal Saturday, if I didn't have this class, I would just be playing games outside, just doing something, not learning.
Thank you. Thank you for that. I'm really excited that you guys hold this on the weekend, because a lot of the students, belong to clubs and things like that, so they are occupied during the week. But I don't know that there's a lot of things happening necessarily over the weekend. So, I really appreciate that. Did you want to share?
For me, most likely, what I would be doing on the weekend, I don't even know. Like, I'll probably be really bored just at home.
Thank you so much for sharing.
Thank you, Ms. Biles. Ms. Grande?
I think it's just incredible. Every year we have elections, and people are always running for water board, and I always wonder what do they do. So thank you for shining a light. And also I want to ask two things. One is does the University of Riverside, do they have a degree in this area? What other universities are doing this now? I'm sure it's somewhere.
We have a number of majors that are water related, and environmental science has an actual emphasis that is on soil and water, including water chemistry. And then there's also environmental engineering, which has a civil engineering embedded in it, which will train for some of the operator skills that are required for working at like a water treatment system. And then we also have water policy within the School of Public Policy.
So I'm trusting when the time comes, you'll be able to, promote those kinds of careers for what you've started here. You inspired them to be those scientists that go for the earth sciences. So I'm excited for you and all of you. And
one in the back is leaning against the lights on the wall there.
Hey,
I thought we're starting a party now.
Okay. So, and then I had one more thing just for clarification. Originally, I had thought I wasn't going to be able to attend because this Saturday is really full for me too, but I see it's on June the 3rd. Is that correct? Okay, so I will be able to attend that. Yes, thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Grande. Vice President Tillman.
Thank you very much for coming out, good information, great program. I do want to make sure you know we did a robust testing of water in the district. So, I heard some statements about the water here, but the water here is safe, and you can get the data that we did because we had a real concern about it. So every site was tested, every faucet was tested, the parts per billion, whatever it's supposed to be, are where they're supposed to be. So. If you don't want to run the test all over again, we have the data already. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Tillman.
Thank you. We would appreciate you sharing that data with us so that we can inform the students further. Really, this is about exploration. It's about helping the students understand that if you find a problem, let's look at how we can go about seeking solutions that serve all of us. So thank you, President Tillman.
Ms. Alexander.
One point of clarification, the initial invitation was May 20th, and then my colleagues told me that it was, because I hadn't looked at our invitation, so I will be there. So I see the new date. So thank you, and good luck to all the future biogeochemists. Great job.
Thank you, Ms. Alexander, and just want to say fantastic presentation to all our students and our staff as well over there at Coma. Just so you know, we do have a career pathway here in this city that works directly. I think it's with the East Valley Water District, right? Ms. Applegate, you probably could tell us a little bit about it. We were just there last week for a wonderful gala, and I was talking to some people over there, and they said that we do have students, I believe, already involved in that, and quite a career. If you know anything about water in East Valley Water District, it's a heck of a career.
Dune Springs High School does have a pathway and partnership with San Bernardino Valley College. So definitely we want to make sure to channel our students into that pathway and expand it to other high schools as well. So we'll be waiting for you guys.
Thank you very much. All right, our next public speaker is Ms. Negretti. Welcome, Ms. Negretti.
Good evening, board members and Superintendent
Evening.
Arellano. Again, I just want to enforce what I shared with you last time, the importance of safety, right? And so in case you're not aware, for some of the new ones and our superintendent, Measure N was passed with Del Marston. Del Marston brought that bond measure on our property tax, and it was supposed to be for safety and asbestos. And of course, years back, I had proposed that they would put one security officer at the elementary schools, and it pretty much went in one ear and out the other. One of the barriers that I encountered as a parent here was Danny Tillman stating that how much it was going to cost. However, over the years, I have seen additional positions such as the director positions, assistant director positions. So how do you balance safety versus additional positions? Another position was, of course, as I shared last time, the assistant chief of police. This is not a gigantic, school police area. There are positions that can be cut. And I ask you, board members, that you don't look at your personal familiarity with some of these employees, that you actually look at the position, whether or not that director or assistant director is needed, right? Because I know that some of you have shared, the staff for a long time, and it somewhat seems that you make it personal because you like the person that position is needed, and not necessarily. So I ask you that you revisit, go back and look at what positions have been added and are truly needed, and then you just begin to put safety first. I'm gonna share with you that at Arroyo, right, now since we're saying, let's not go ahead, let's not have everyone be off duty, right? So one of the things that happened at Arroyo, one of the CSOs was on lunch. CSOs are familiar with what kids belong to that school and what kids don't. They happened to see 2 non-students from that campus. And this CSO was on their lunch. And so out of the waistband of one, something looked odd. I don't know how many of you own firearms, but if you own one, you know what it looks like. And so the CSO from their lunch went ahead and shared, you know what, I see 2 non-students on this campus. The CSO left their food, went out there and tried to make contact, and they left. The CSO called for someone else for assistance, and within 15 minutes, they apprehended both of these non-AVHS students. Thanks to this, they were able to find the loaded firearm that one of them had. What you're proposing would take that away. And you're proposing this again, not you, but of course your assistant superintendents who are the ones that do the negotiations. I'm bringing this out to you. It's being proposed for savings, correct? And I see that on tonight's agenda. There needs to be borrowing somewhere in there. There's borrowing between, different budgets. So go back again and look at Measure N, right? The bond measure for safety and asbestos. Can we have that? Could you revisit how many positions have been created that are really just inflated positions? When Del Marcin came in, he acknowledged that this district was top heavy. When this district is top heavy, as a matter of fact, he had said he had 1 too many assistant superintendents compared to other districts. Could you revisit the information that's already there so you could see where the budget can find the funding to have additional CSOs, right? Put the safety of students first. Additional CSOs not only for the high schools, but also at least 1 at the elementary schools. So please stay focused on safety of students, the benefits of having all CSOs hands on deck, right? Don't nickel and dime just because the late start is coming. And let's keep everyone there because you're here for our kids. You're here for every single student. Let's not be one of those that says, you know what, we could have prevented. We wish we would have had the staff and it didn't happen. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Negretti. Our next public speaker and hopefully is Romel Fuller. Welcome. Hope I pronounced that right. Romel Fuller, if you're here, it's your opportunity to speak. All right. Looks like she may have left. All right. We do have some no more in-person comments. Looks like we have 2 virtual comments, and Reverend Benita Ramsey will be our first one, I believe. Actually, we have 3, excuse me. Okay. Welcome.
Thank you. My screen's a little dark, but I just wanted to come on. My name is Benita Ramsey. I am the Executive Director of Rainbow Pride Youth Alliance, and I also wanted to echo my gratitude and thanks for the board for standing up for LGBTQ youth and teachers and staff of the LGBTQ community by supporting the Pride celebration and also for your support through the resolution. It is a very important statement that goes a long way to saying to our youth that they belong, they matter, and believe it or not, you're saving lives, right? And so that's so important to this work. And so I just wanted to really stand up on behalf of Rainbow Pride Youth Alliance and all the youth that we serve in the district through our work with the GSAs, to just say thank you. And we look forward to continue to partner with you. We thank you for the leadership of the board. Your standing up for us means more than you'll ever know. And so that's all I really wanted to say. I wasn't able to be there in person because I had another meeting, but I wanted to chime in with our gratitude and thanks on behalf of our students and our staff. Thank you again.
All right, thank you. Okay, our next virtual speaker looks like Dr. Anthony Leonardi.
Hello. I'm Anthony Leonardi. I went here in San Bernardino for elementary at Kendall, and then Ramona Alessandro, and then Richardson, and then at Royal Valley High School. I got a PhD between the National Cancer Institute and Kingston University, and I just graduated medical school in England, which I will return to at the end of this summer. I'm here in the US on break right now. So I'm very appreciative of San Bernardino City. You guys gave me the employee student scholarship when I graduated high school. That enabled me to go to Johns Hopkins, and it really set me off because, you know, I came from a single parent family, and I couldn't really have afforded it otherwise. So my mother, we're not here to talk about me though. My mother is a teacher in the district, and you know, I guess I'm successful somewhat, but I was actually the intellectual runt of the litter. If you guys know my mother, you know that all of her students actually get very, very high scores. They get up to 99th percentile. She does it very often, and you know, it's impressive. And a lot of the students are also lawyers and doctors. You know, they've gotten older. She's been there for 27 years. So I'm speaking today because, you know, she's very close to retirement at age 60, and she's teaching in virtual academy, you know, for her health and safety. She has a few conditions, and it's just better for her. And she's still able to deliver great teaching in virtual academy. But unfortunately, a few of the policies have gone to in-person things, like an in-person teacher appreciation meeting. I know they ended the COVID emergency, but it's not necessarily over. And, you know, a teacher appreciation in person, you know, in a big room with a bunch of people, I wouldn't recommend her do such things. You know, I say this as her son, as a scientist, and as now a physician. And what I hear from her is that the teachers in the virtual academy may have to do in-person teaching, you know, all in some sort of room with a bunch of cubicles and things. I think it would just be, you know, it would be well delivered from the settings that they've done it before. And I know that there are space constraints as well with the district. I've told her maybe she can do it in a portable, but apparently there are not many classrooms or portables available. So I would just like you guys to consider, you know, keeping virtual academy, you know, delivered in the similar way that it was before. And that way, you know, my mother can keep teaching your students, and they've all done very well, you know, how she's been able to build up a work ethic, because it's not all about intellect. A lot of it is work ethic, and that'll still bring you up to very high scores. Okay. But anyway, thank you all very much, and I hope you have a great evening.
Thank you, Dr. Leonardi. I believe that's it for virtual and public comments. Is that correct? All right, we will move on to 7.15, closed session, or excuse me, 4.0. That was the time. 4.1 would have been a time. Let me rephrase that. 4.1, closed session public comments. This is the time that members of the public will be provided an opportunity to directly address the board about any item described under the closed session. Comments are limited to 5 minutes or less. Are there any public comments?
Yes, we have one. Latoya Smith.
All righty, welcome, Ms. Smith.
Good evening, good afternoon.
Good evening.
Good evening, Dr. Wyatt, President, board members, our new superintendent, and all those in attendance. My name is Latoya Smith. I am the chief steward and also the chief negotiator for CSEA Chapter 183. I came here because I want to formally introduce myself to those I haven't met already, especially the superintendent and the new board members that you guys have been here for a while. I've just seen you at meetings and other events, but haven't been able to formally introduce myself. So I wanted to come here to do that, and I look forward to working with you guys in the future. Right now, CSEA is currently working on the sunshine to submit for the reopener for the 23-24 school year. We're excited to begin those negotiations and to submit that information to the district and to the district as well as the board. Now, one thing I do want to bring to attention today, you guys have heard a lot about it, is the safety of our CSOs. Currently, there are a lot of vacancies, but the other problem is the understaffing and the numerous hours of overtime that our members are being forced to work due to poor planning or simply adding last minute and after school meetings and events. On top of that, the scheduled events and meetings and sports that CSAs have already signed up to work in advance for that overtime. We also have a problem when it comes to there being call-offs or the vacancies, that they are moving employees and CSOs from one site to another, which doesn't really fix the problem because now you're thinning out one school site in order to help another school site who doesn't have anyone there. And then on top of that, say that they were scheduled to have overtime at their regular school site. If they are forced to move to a new school site to help for that day, they are responsible to find out someone who will cover that overtime at their own school. So we're concerned with the expectations that are being put on the CSOs, considering all the hard work that they're trying to do right now to protect our students, staff, and our properties. The other thing we would like to note is that in addition to last school year and this school year, there's been 1,000 phone calls for fights at the school sites. And our CSOs are the ones who are at the property and on our campuses to be able to help these students. So what we're asking is for you guys to think outside the box. Find a different way or better ways to be able to hire more CSOs a lot faster. If you look at the process, it is very long. If you look at the qualifications, it's a lot of qualifications. So with the amount of qualifications that you guys are expecting, and also the amount of background checks and everything else that happen, they're treated almost like police officers a little bit when it comes to that position. So what we're asking is that you guys look into ways to be able to maybe work with the PC to find ways to increase that particular position. Now, one last thing we would like to do is that next week is Classified School Employee Appreciation. So we're not going to have a board meeting next week, but we want to make sure we're shouting out all the employees and members who work so hard every day and are helping not only our admin staff, but keeping things running. And we know that no one position is more important than the other, and that they are all greatly appreciated because they all make a difference. I want to thank you as usual for giving me the opportunity to speak to you guys tonight, and it was nice seeing your faces.
Thank you. Good seeing you as well. Oh, I'm sorry. It looks like we have one board member question from Ms. Ceballos.
It's one quick question. I want to make sure I heard correctly. So when a CSO is asked to cover at a different site, it is the CSO that has been asked to cover somewhere else, their responsibility to fill the vacancy that they're leaving at the other school?
They're being asked to do. They're being asked to do that.
What happens if you can't fill it?
It may not be covered, but they're still asked.
Okay, thank you.
All righty. Thank you again, Ms. Smith. Good to see you.
Good night.
Okay, Ms. Cunningham, was that it for virtual comments? All right, we will go ahead and move forward into 4.2 and recess the closed session. we'll be reporting out after. All right, folks, we'll go ahead and report now from closed session. Move on to 5.1, approval of high school vice principals. We have approval of 2 high school vice principals. Let me see here. Be resolved, the Board of Education approves the appointments of the following employees: Jenna Jinks and Ryan Ramey, high school vice principals. School sites, effective dates, work year, and salary to be determined. Funding source 035.
So moved.
Second.
It's moved by Ms. Ceballos, second by Vice President Tillman. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, let's go ahead and vote. All right, motion carries. If Ms. Jinks and Mr. Ramey are here, are you guys both here? I think you probably are both here. Thank you for being so patient and waiting other duties as assigned. Welcome to the admin team. Just kidding. No, but thank you for sticking around. All right, let's go ahead and move to 5.2. Certificate reassignment. Be resolved, the Board of Education has determined the following certificate employee be given notice that he or she shall be released from assignment as a principal effective at the end of the 2022-2023 school year and reassigned to an assignment consistent with his or her credential authorizations effective at the beginning of the 2023-2024 school year, and that the superintendent or his designee is hereby authorized to give written notice of this action pursuant to Education Code Section 44951.
Moved.
Second.
There's a motion by Ms. Ceballos, second by Ms. Chahusky. Any discussion? All righty, hearing and seeing none, let's go ahead and vote. Okay, motion carries. Moving on to 5.3. Be it resolved, the Board of Education accepts and adopts the recommendation and findings of the hearing panel based on a review of the panel's findings of facts and recommendations and orders the expulsion of the following students with identification numbers as listed below in accordance with the board rules and regulations and in compliance with Education Code Section 48900.
So moved. Second.
Moved by Ms. Alexander, second by Ms. Rosales Medina. Any discussion? All right, hearing and seeing none, let's go ahead and vote. Okay, motion carries. We'll move on to 5.4. Be it resolved, the Board of Education accepts and adopts the recommendation and findings of facts of positive development and order suspension or expulsion of the following students with identification numbers as listed below in accordance with the board rules and regulations in compliance with Education Code Section 48900.
So moved. Second.
It's moved by Ms. Chahusky, second by Ms. Ceballos. Any discussion? All right, hearing and seeing none, let's go ahead and vote. Okay, motion carries. Moving on to 5.6. Be it resolved, the Board of Education approves and accepts the following students were recommended for expulsion, but expulsion is deemed inappropriate based on due process errors, insufficient evidence, and or the availability of other means of correction in compliance with Education Code Section 48900. Therefore, although they were recommended for expulsion, expulsion is not granted.
Moved. Second.
It is moved by Ms. Chahusky, second by Ms. Ceballos. Any discussion? All right, let's go ahead and vote. All right, motion carries. 5.7. The Board of Education authorized expulsion or youth court modification, expungement, or rescinding of the following students with identification numbers as indicated below to schools of San Mateo Unified School District in accordance with the board rules and regulations and in compliance with Education Code Section 48900.
So moved.
Second.
It was moved by Ms. Alexander, second by Ms. Chahusky. Any discussion? All right, hearing seeing none, let's vote. All right, motion carries. Move to 5.7. Pre-Education Code 48918A, subsection 1, the pupil is entitled to at least one postponement of an expulsion hearing for a period not more than 30 calendar days. Any additional postponement may be granted at the discretion of the governing board of school district.
So moved.
Second.
It's moved by Ms. Ceballos, second by Ms. Chahusky. Any discussion? All right, hearing seeing none, let's vote. Okay, motion carries. Moving on to 5.9, our closed session action. There is no other closed session action. Moving on to 6.0, reports by union organizations. 6.1, San Bernardino Teachers Association.
None.
No report. Thank you very much. 6.2, California School Employee Association.
None.
No report. Thank you very much. 6.3, Communication Workers of America.
None.
Doing very good. 6.4, San Bernardino School Police Officers Association.
And none.
4 for 4. Thank you very much, Mrs. Cunningham. We will move on. 7.0, reports and presentations. 7.1, facilities planning and development update. Sammy Presi, Administrative Operations, Tom Pace, Director, Facilities Planning and Development, will present an update on facilities planning and development. Welcome, Mr. Presi, and welcome, Mr. Pace.
Good evening, Board President Dr. Wyatt, Board Vice President Mr. Tillman, board members, and Cabinet, as well as San Bernardino City Unified Community that are watching us this evening. My name is Sam Priest, Administrative Operations, and with me is Tom Pace, our Director of Facilities Planning and Development. And we are both very excited, as well as our team in facilities, with bringing you this information this evening regarding a facility update. What you'll hear this evening is going to be in line with our Board Top 10 priority number 1. And that's going to be your social and emotional learning, wellness gardens, and wellness clinics. We'll also cover the district's overarching goals with student wellness and social emotional learning, as well as the health and safety goals for the district. As a housekeeping, each one of you will be receiving this document here. So the first 13 pages is really the slide deck for this evening's presentation. And then the second 13 pages will be examples of what all the different projects and work that we're going to be performing at each of the different school sites. And that's going to be items that have already been completed recently, items that are currently under construction, items that are in the planning phase, as well as future projects. And as an example, you can take a look at Emberton, and you can see that we have an HVAC replacement project that's currently undergoing. We have a Green Schoolyards CAL FIRE grant, which is exciting. You'll hear about those projects later this evening. We have ground mount solar, exterior paint, as well as modernization phase 2. So you can pick the school of your choice, or if someone's asking you, what are we doing at this particular school site, you can use this document as that reference guide as far as what facility work is going to be performed and in what phase it is. So typically, if it's in the planning phase, you're going to be looking like it's going to be a project that's probably in the next 12 to 2 years out. Items in construction takes a little while because we have what's called Department of State Architect, and it has to go through the applicable reviews, as well as go through SECA process, as well as the actual construction of the facility. So those will typically be about anywhere between 12 to 24 months out. And then items that are in current construction, obviously, will be in that phase. And then for future, those are going to be a little bit farther out past the 2-year mark. All right, so next slide. Some of the department highlights is we're going to be touching 66 school sites. So it's a large number of schools that we currently have, and this is items that we already have funding set aside for, so we're not looking for additional funding for these items. So 66 school sites, 70 plus current projects. One thing that Mr. Pace and his team is super excited about is winning 2 design awards from the American Institute of Architects, and that's going to be both from CASH as well as the state AIA, and that's going to be for our early child care center over at San Bernardino High School. We have, as you heard earlier this year, a clean, unmodified audit regarding our financial and performance review. We also have a planning grant on a project that's really exciting. You're going to hear about that here in a little bit. But we have a $500,000 planning grant from Kaiser Permanente, who's also very excited about us moving forward with this particular project. So they definitely put their money where their mouth is. Next slide, please. Also with this sheet, that we're talking about, that second set of 13, listing all the different school sites and the projects, you'll also see below the school's name, the age of the school. So you'll see how many were built in the 1940s, 1950s, and so forth. But our average age for all of our 75 school sites is 1967. And we also have 10 administrative sites, and that's all your support, logistics, as well as administrative locations. Current replacement value you see on that slide is $4 billion. To kind of give you an idea of what that is, for all of San Bernardino City, that's coming in just around $22 billion. So we have almost a quarter of the entire city's net worth in our facilities and property. Our district boundary is 110 square miles, and definitely a huge responsibility for our departments, both from a maintenance and operation and facilities as far as maintenance. Next slide, please. I'll turn it over to Tom.
Since the start of COVID, we have completed nearly 30 projects with varying foci that have included career technical education, construction of new kindergarten classrooms, green building initiatives, the creation of specialized spaces like animatronics classrooms at Chavez and Del Vallejo, and many of them are depicted here on this slide. And I know many of you have been out on the We Built This City tour, and these are images from that. We currently have 16 projects in progress with similar foci. We are focused on athletic improvements at our high schools. We're focused on the residential housing growth that is occurring on the north end by adding additional classrooms at Pacuma Middle School. And you can see we're adding a specialized classroom at Indian Springs, which is a black box. You may be wondering what a black box is. That is the technical space where students learn theater. Board, you may remember in 2017, you adopted the Facility Long Range Facility Master Plan. That master plan had 3 main foci. We're going to highlight several of those today and kind of update you on the progress of those focuses. To kind of remind you where the focus was, it was in the investment in many of our older campuses like Warm Springs, Del Rosa, and Pacific. But tonight we wanted to highlight a few of the other schools that we had mentioned, starting with San Bernardino High School. As you can see, over the past 5 years, we've made quite a bit of investment in San Bernardino High School. We'd like to highlight some of those, including the additional solar panels that were added to the campus. We replaced several classrooms at the old M Wing, and that is the Cardinal Way. You can see at the top of those slides. Coming this summer, we're going to repaint the campus, and that is a rendering of what potentially that scheme will look like. We're currently under construction for several items, including the rehabilitation of its historic theater, as well as we are working on additional athletic improvements by adding artificial turf to our softball and baseball fields. We're also planning a wellness garden, and you can see in the lower left-hand corner for San Bernardino High School. So although Superintendent Arellano may think that we are doing all of this work for his new arrival, I want to point out that a lot of this has been occurring for the past 5 to 7 years. Another one of the focuses of the facility long-range master plan was the Welcoming Resource Center. I know that's been a topic, an ongoing topic for several years now, and we kind of wanted to update you on its progress and where we're going. Many of you will see the changes behind the Board of Education on E Street. We have fencing up, the contractor has moved in, and tonight you have the first of many contracts for consideration for the structural steel only for the Welcoming Resource Center. Its completion is anticipated for December of 2024. It is a multi-level building that will house a wellness center and all of student services, transportation, and IT. In addition to centralizing all of our student support structures, we're providing event space. We're providing room for our parents. This was a promise made to our parents in 2017 that we would provide them a space unto themselves. Additionally, you'll notice that there are several wellness centers highlighted here. Tomorrow we have the groundbreaking for the Pacific High School Biomedical Building that will house our first school-based health clinic. We are in design for Sierra High School's Wellness Center. Its construction will start this fall. We're very excited by the transformation that will occur at Sierra High School. And later in 2024, we're going to look at building a wellness center at Indian Springs High School.
On this next slide, you'll notice the existing green space in San Bernardino. It's those areas that are highlighted in green, and there's not a whole lot there. The urban area of San Bernardino is probably one of the most depressed areas within the nation for green space, basically parks and recreation areas for our community. So next slide, please. What is San Bernardino City Unified going to be doing? Well, we're working with County Supervisor Joe Baca Jr., and on the top right on the screen, he has a generous donation, as you guys were aware, earlier this year of $2.2 million, and the district is also investing an additional $1.5 million into that site in order to improve that school grounds and create a community location where they can actually go and have a good time. So we have a futsal court, outdoor learning space, amphitheater style seating, artificial turf. We also have a natural playground surfaces as well as a resurfaced basketball court. So it's going to be a place where the community can go and enjoy their local school. We also have that same type of concept that's going to be going at 17 of our school sites. So you kind of see on the big picture on the far left, that is the Rio Vista. That's going to be our first school that we're going to be participating in the CAL FIRE grant. It's a $30 million investment into our 15 elementary school sites. We're going to be having walking trails and the playground services, pocket forests, outdoor learning environments, amphitheater style seating, community gardens. We're going to have also bioswales. We're going to revamp and go with some of the natural landscaping as far as types of plantings that are for our environment. So it's low water use, drought tolerant. So we're going to have a lot of wonderful features. And the beautiful thing about that particular project is we got feedback from the students and the teachers. So of those 15 school sites, we sent out what would be interesting for them. What do they want to see coming onto their school site if we were to do a green schoolyards campaign on their campus? And we actually got this huge spreadsheet filled with different ideas. And what we did is we forwarded all that information over to a certified arborist and our landscape architect, and we developed a plan that would be beneficial and included those features that each of the students and staff requested. In addition to those Del Rosa site, Tom just mentioned San Bernardino High School. We're also going to be redoing the entire landscaping across the entire front of E Street. So that first section that's over by the D building on E Street is going to be the Wellness Garden. And then from the D going all the way up to 19th Street and then through the 19th Street cul-de-sac, we're going to redo the entire front section of that campus. So that's $1 million investment into the front section of that campus. So we're really excited about that project as well. The next thing we're super excited about is bringing paint and color into 28 of our school sites. This is going to be accomplished over the next 2 years, which if you think about it is pretty amazing because we typically do about one school per year. And we're going to be knocking out 28 in 2 years. So it's quite an investment. We're going to be pushing about $5.5 million into the painting schemes. And the way this works is we work with 3 different options, and we then meet with the principal and have the principals look and see which option is more suitable for their campus. And then from that point, we go ahead and then create the drawings. Next slide.
So the next idea we have for you was born out of a conversation with a couple board members, including Dr. Scott Wyatt. It's an embryonic idea that in the end could provide housing for our unhoused students' families within the district, utilizing excess property that the district owns. We did get some grant funding from Kaiser, as mentioned previously, to pursue the idea further. And as we study this idea, we hope to bring this idea back to the board later this fall for its consideration. I'm often struck by our board's generosity and our willingness to wrap its arms around our families and their needs, and I think this goes along with that idea. The idea that education is beyond just the instruction provided from the teacher to the student. There are other factors in closing the educational gap, the stability of the family, and I think that this is an idea that I know for many of us we're passionate about, and we're looking forward to providing the board further detail on this later this fall. Dr. White, I don't know if you have anything further that you'd like to add on this particular slide.
Well, first of all, thank you, Mr. Pace, to yourself and Mr. Precy for even bringing this to us and to our attention. You know, I want to give them a lot of credit, and as well as Mike Gallo, who was also a visionary for this project. I think, you know, colleagues here on the board, you know, when we look at the homeless pandemic, you know, not just in our nation, our state, but specifically in this city, you don't have to go far to see it. Literally, when we drive out of here today, we're going to see it within a block or two. We see it on our off ramps, our on ramps, and our freeways, all over our malls and our shopping centers. And we talk about solutions all the time, but are we really acting on that? Are we really committing to, you know, creating a solution to combating this? And, you know, one thing that Mr. Gowdy's talked about, and I don't like taking his word, so I give him credit, is going from poverty to prosperity, right? Some of you may remember when he used to say that. And this is truly a golden opportunity for us to provide such opportunity for our students and their families that are homeless. You may or may not know what the unsheltered number is for kids in this city. I thought it was somewhere around 5,000 or 8,000, 5,000. All right, I was on the money. 5,000 unsheltered kids in this family. If you know what that means they don't have a home to go to. Like, they're living in a car, they're living underneath a bridge, they're living, you know, somewhere, hotel room, motel room. That's not even double, tripled up. Unsheltered is different than sheltered. That's how many kids we have in this city right now, today, that are suffering. If you look at the renderings here, you see some that's just, I mean, it's absolutely remarkable. It's something that you will not see probably anywhere in this country. There's a gentleman, I think his name's Phil Manganu or something. Help me out there, Tom. Am I right on that? Right. Who is a philanthropist as well, national philanthropist on homelessness. I've already pitched this idea, spoke to the mayor about it, our County Board of Supervisor, Joe Baca Jr. I've also talked to our state representatives, and I believe Mr. Pace and maybe Mr. Precy, I'm not sure if it was you two, met with the governor on this as well, when the governor was here not too long ago. So this idea has been already sold to folks throughout the state. I'm sure that our congressman here as well, Mr. Aguilar, and I'll reach out to him, hopefully he's listening and knows his name's being talked about, would use your help too, Congressman, because if we all leverage our resources together, this is something that could easily be funded right here in this city. We own the land right across from Indian Springs High School. So there's no reason why this project should not happen. It will make significant change for generations to come. When we talk about generational change, this is our opportunity. This is our legacy here for not just us, but for our city. So thank you, gentlemen.
Several years ago, when I started coaching water polo for the district at San Gregorio High School, I asked a few of the students why they planned on joining the team. What was the reason they chose water polo? And the two students told me it provided them a consistent shower on a daily basis. And I think that's a reality for many of our residents within the city. You may ask why there's a picture of a swallow at the top. The swallows, when they came from Argentina to San Juan Capistrano, the story goes that they flew the 2,000 miles from Argentina to find a home. They came to San Juan Capistrano, and one morning the padre at the where they made the swallows came out and the local neighborhood was beating back the homes that they had made with brooms, saying that they weren't allowed there, that they were messing up the place. And he quickly stopped them and said we needed to provide them a home, which is why they, as the story goes, go back to San Juan Capistrano on a yearly basis. Our upcoming projects, you have 25 projects in planning that touch on various things that we've talked about today, from athletic improvements, the complete replacement of gym bleachers for the majority of our high schools, continued investments in VAPA and music. And another idea that we're very excited about is how do we create, and I think we've talked a lot about tonight, how we can make our campuses attractions to the community. And that is the idea of urban soccer. If you're not familiar with urban soccer, it's called futsal. They're like pickleball courts. It's one of the fastest growing sports in the country. And we're going to be adding that to many of our schools so that our students have a place to go play the games that they love so much after school. And we're hoping that our parents and others get the same usage. And so with that, I think we have concluded the presentation, and we're here to offer any answers to any questions that you may have.
I miss my compadre here to my left, so forgive me if I get the order wrong. We will start with Ms. Rosales Medina. Thank you.
This has been a great presentation because I know that sometimes there's pushback, but honestly, just the amount of work that we're doing, the amount of work that we completed, I mean, I'm just in awe, and I'm so glad that we do have an update because, you know, there's different things going on, and it just shows us we are definitely on track to doing good things. One of my questions was, I know you mentioned the 17 sites and for the green space renewal, and I do see the map that has the different green spots. How are these sites selected? Because I know we have, is it 56 elementary schools? So
we have 49 elementary.
49.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, of course, the idea is we can't do all of the sites, but is this something that we're planning to do all the sites eventually, but we're doing them in phases? Or is this 17 is just for the whole project? Maybe.
Yeah, we would love to do this same project at all 75 of our campuses, really, including our high schools and middle schools, because we definitely do some of this work. The reason we chose these first school sites is because all these particular schools that we're picking, they had their greenery space removed years past, and they put asphalt in place. So those school sites, these first 15, lost their ability to have green space. So all they have is asphalt, and we call them an asphalt farm. But we're working on those first 15 school sites. Like I said, we would love to do the same project moving forward. What we're looking at doing is maximizing this California CAL FIRE grant. It's a $30 million maximum grant to any particular school district. We're actually going for the full $30 million. And we're looking at the max is $2.5 million per site, but we're going to be going at $2 million per site as far as the budget cap. Some of these may be coming in a little bit lower than that, but we're going to be shooting for trying to maximize the amount of grants. This is something that came across our desk, I want to say, late February? And when we saw this, we latched onto this and said, we have to capitalize. We have to be able to get this money back into our school sites. And we worked with some folks up in Sacramento. We worked with some nonprofits here locally in order to fast track this. And then we got all of our partners in play, and then we pushed this. And again, Linda may be here or maybe she's not here, but her team participated in this fantastic as well. Mr. James Johnson, he was wonderful with this.
A couple things on that too. So we looked at several metrics. We looked at the lack of green space, location within the city. We tried to spread our schools out from the north end to the west end to the south end. And really the idea, there's several benefits there. By planting more trees, it helps with air quality. We have some of the worst air quality in the country. And the other idea is really that our educational, outside educational offerings have to be more than just tetherball, basketball, and a rusty backboard, that there's more to education than just tetherball.
No, and I appreciate that because at the end of the day, how can we expand this? And I'm glad that you're looking at other opportunities to do so. I know that with the Welcoming Center, I've always, it's like we're going to build a school police, and I got clarification that they're not going to place it there.
Can you clarify what's going to happen with the space? And I seen that there's several pictures in here. Are any of these pictures on slide 7 renderings for the welcoming center, or is this?
Yes, ma'am. Let me back up to that slide real quick, and we can walk through it. So if you look at the left-hand side, the 2 left-hand pictures and the 2 pictures in the middle on the top are all renderings, the actual renderings of the Welcoming Resource Center. The Welcoming Resource Center is going to be placed directly behind the Board of Education, adjacent to the Sturgis Center. It's going to be 3 levels. The lower left-hand corner, you'll notice the lower portion of the building. That is the Wellness Center and Parent Meeting Space area. The top picture is the outdoor event space and eatery on the 2nd floor to provide employees and others a space to gather and enjoy the outdoors.
And then what's going to happen with the corner lot then?
The corner lot is still undeveloped at this particular time.
And
So-
is that something that then, because I know that originally the school police was planning to be there, so I just wanted to see if that's still the case or not the case, and are we going to have a different update on that later on so we can kind of figure out what's going to happen with that space?
Yeah, the plan right now is still put the school police at that location. It'll probably most likely be in the year 25, 26.
Well, there is still plans to put the school police in that
There is.
corner location.
Mhm.
Okay. I still will push back on that because I feel like we want to ensure, well, I'll talk about that once that comes forward. And then also another slide, let me go ahead and move towards slide 11, which is the housing project. Is this in collaboration with an agency, outside agency? Because I know that when, Dr. Wyatt mentioned Mr. Gallo, and we were working with an outside agency that was looking at that. Is that the same program, or is this something
No, something
we're doing
different.
ourselves?
Correct. So what the idea is that we are going to engage other folks that I think specialize in housing, the county Office of Ed, the city. But before we engage them, we have to do our homework when it comes to the entitlements, the amount of units that could be provided. So there's a lot of planning that needs to occur for us to get the partnerships established firmly. All have indicated that they would love for additional housing within the city, have pledged any and all support to get the project moving. It's a matter of us now taking the planning funds that have been granted and getting a few people working on the concept to further it from what is shown here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rosales-Medina. Ms. Ceballos?
First of all, I want to say thank you so much for the presentation. I also am very excited to see everything that we've done up to this point and what's projected to happen as well. I'm also really excited about the gardens. That's one of the things that a couple years back I had visited the Rialto Unified, and it's just so needed. The beautification, it does really do something to a person's just overall just state of mind. So I really do appreciate that. I do have a question regarding roofing. How many schools are getting new roofs?
We're looking at 8 schools, and that'll be utilizing the ESSER funds, and that'll be ESSER funds 3.
Got it. And how many of those schools, so did those schools already get roofing replaced, or is it still in the process?
Still in the process. I think we have 3 schools that we've already worked on, so we still have a few more to go.
Got it. And out of the 5 that you've already completed, has there been any complaints regarding fumes or smells?
Yes, there has. Yeah, 2 of those schools, we do have concerns regarding the fumes. And it was really just the off-gassing of the waterproofing material. Once we remove the roof, and then we put the substrate on top, we put the waterproofing on top, and when it off-gasses, when the sun is hitting it, it creates a vapor. So we've had some instances of that. But what we do is we only do the work during the weekends, and then we place fans inside the rooms on Monday morning to make sure that the air is circulated before the teachers come in, so it's not as intense.
Are those fumes by any chance toxic or anything like that, or is it just the smell?
It's an irritation, that's for sure. And we have reviewed the SDS's, safety department's been involved. We've also had our M&O team as well as the manufacturer involved as well.
And just, I guess, just a general comment, when we are thinking about, you know, doing work like that, just being cognizant, I guess, of like the actual school sites and whatever it is that they have going on at the time and how it's going to impact them, because it really does, you know, disrupt to the education of the kids, whatever time of the year it is. So just kind of keeping that in mind.
Yeah, we definitely recognize that. You know, a lot of this work, the 2 complaints that we had, that work was actually geared towards spring break. But if you remember, we had probably about 28 days worth of rain delays this year, and that impacted spring break. We only had 1 day of no rain during the actual spring break period. That pushed all that work back. And because we're using ESSER funds and it has that deadline, a timeline associated with it, in order for us to hit 8 schools, we had to keep that work moving forward in order for the remaining schools on the back end of that project timeline to be complete, because we're only looking at spring break, summer break, winter break. We weren't planning on doing any of the roofing projects during the school for that very purpose, but because of the rain, it put us in a situation where we were looking at our project schedules and we had to make that tough decision to move those projects moving forward. We did work with the principals, but unfortunately we did have a couple of the teachers that did complain regarding the smells. But we kept that as a focus.
Well, thank you so much for answering the question, for your honesty as well.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Biles. Ms. Alexander?
Thank you for your presentation. Definitely comprehensive. And then for the projects that we've completed, thank you very much, because I know it takes a lot of time to be able to implement all those. How long did it take you to complete the 26?
So that's over a 3-year period. If you want to go back to 2017, when the board authorized us to spend $300 million on 100 projects, we have completed over 70 projects in a 5-year period. It is not an easy profession that we have. It's very detail oriented. It requires a very delicate dance in the integration of school sites. Our school calendar provides very few windows in which we can get into spaces and to maneuver. And COVID really, one of the, although disastrous in many ways, I think afforded us a window that we wouldn't normally get. As an example, we had during COVID roughly 500 employees, contractors, consultants, reporting to work on a daily basis working on these projects. It was not an easy time learning how to pour concrete 6 feet apart, learning how to do things that require teamwork. But it was done, and there's been great benefit to our students from it. But 71 completed projects over the last 5 years, and we hope to bring a similar amount over the next 2 to 3 years.
Thank you. I noticed you have 25 projects that you're planning on achieving. What is the time period and what is the prioritization?
The majority of the projects, the upcoming projects, are going to be complete by December of next year. We have a very aggressive implementation plan. We have expiring funding. We have state funding, local funding, developer fees that need to be spent, expiring ESSER funds, which have culminated in a very aggressive schedule. But we anticipate the majority of the projects you're looking at there being complete by the end of next year.
Is it possible maybe to find out what the priorities are? Because I see that there's some, when you listed the goals, were a part of that. And then some of these are additional ones, I believe,
yes,
that are put on that list.
What we can do is we can provide the original board-approved projects.
Right.
We can provide a status update on each one of those items, as well as some of these additional items that have come about over the last few years and the implementation of those items.
Okay. And then 2 more questions and I'm done. Your modernization project, help me understand that before I ask my question.
So modernization projects are defined that way because the state has a program in which if the district participates, the state will fund the rehabilitation of schools on a 20 and 25-year basis, depending on whether they're portables or permanent structures. So when you see modernization, that is a state qualifying project that we received funding from the state for. Modernization currently is funded at 60-40, meaning the state funds 60% of the rehabilitation, with 40% coming from local funds. If you would like to do your own modernizations, your own rehabilitations without the state requirements, you can. But given our limited resources, it's a program that has benefited us very well, and we look to find any and all augmented funding. As an example, over the last 15 years, for every local dollar raised in this community, we have found 3 matching dollars for that $1.
Thank you. And then lastly, what is your plans related to the whole EV infrastructure, particularly for the educators? I mean, for them to have the EV stations. I saw one, I believe, at Pacific High School, but what are your plans as it relates to these projects here?
Actually, on June 20, we're actually going to have a full presentation regarding our energy management program, and also going to be focusing on our EV implementation. So we're going to be presenting to the board a 10-year implementation program for our electric vehicle. We're also going to have it was going to be a surprise, but since you asked the question, we're going to have a couple electric vehicles out here on the parking, on the sidewalk here. And we were talking this morning about actually having a couple electric trucks. Basically, it's the trucks that we use for our white fleet. We were going to have a couple set aside in the event that the board members wanted to take a little spin before the beginning of the board meeting. We're going to share this in the mid-June, but surprise, we're going to have the electric vehicle discussion. That's going to be on the June 20th board meeting.
I'd like to add just a little bit to that,
Yeah.
and it's beyond electrification for our vehicles. I think as a whole, when you look at the projects that are intertwined throughout this presentation, as an example, at San Bernardino High School, the early child care center that we spoke of, it will be carbon neutral. It will be one of 10 LEED Platinum facilities in the entire country, with no gas, all electric. It's beyond just trying to figure out how we can electrify our fleet. It's taking a holistic view of green initiatives. I think it's bear repeating, Sam mentioned at the beginning of the presentation that over the past few years we've installed solar panels at 15 sites. I think to put that into context, we have one of the state's largest, if you add up all of the green energy that we are producing, one of the largest electrical power plants in the state of California. It is going to save the district roughly $65 million over the next 25 years in projected energy expenditures. That money then gets put back into the general fund that can be reinvested in our families and our students. So beyond just the electrification of our fleet, we're looking at ways in which we can reduce our carbon footprint and show demonstrated leadership in the area of green technology.
You'll
Excellent.
hear
So that's cost avoidance, right? Is that what you're talking
cost
about?
avoidance.
Well, it's
That is
two.
correct.
It's
Okay.
direct and cost avoidance.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Alexander. Ms. Rosales Medina.
I'm really excited about that, and I look forward to being part of those that tested. I mean, it's amazing, and thank you for the brief surprise. I look forward for the next June meeting, and for those that are watching, if you want to come and see, please join us. I still do want to talk, just briefly, if we can halt any movement with the school police on the corner, I would like that. I know that I've kind of pushed to pause the Welcoming Resource Center, but I already see that it's on the agenda and it's moving forward with, I think it's a ribbon cutting or something so forth, so it's not going to happen. And then what I can at least do is have the board see the current, the previous school board approval of what they're planning to implement within that corner, within this corner right here. And so I really do not want it where it's all of a sudden the districts keep moving forward, and well, oops, we're already having the ribbon cutting. I really do want this current board to really look at it and then make suggestions on what can happen with that corner lot. So I am requesting that the district, put a halt until we get a presentation of what that corner lot will look like. And maybe look for another location for the school police department as well. So just pushing that forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rosales Medina. And gentlemen, thank you always for the presentation and the excellent work that you guys are doing, and your crews as well, for our district and our city and our community. I always say that San Diego City Unified School District, let me clarify that, leads the way with really turning this city around. And some of these projects that you presented today are absolutely amazing. I would ask my colleagues, if you haven't seen some of the full renderings of them, to stop by and visit Mr. Pace and Mr. Precy. I was just telling Mr. Ariano over here about the one with Cajon. I know Mr. Pace shared that with me, and I was like, oh my gosh, that's amazing. So, I mean, when you look at these projects, and even right here, our welcoming center right behind the BOE, it revitalizes this area. I mean, and when we look at it, I mean, there's no building like that right here in this area, and it'll draw attention and good attention, and hopefully folks will want to invest around, this area. So I'm looking forward to that. Obviously, I'm looking forward to the Swallow project, that coming to fruition. My next question is, we see a lot of these great projects and things that we want to do. How are we looking for funding? You probably know where I'm going
I
with
would
that.
probably defer to Mohammed or to Mr. Ariano for that answer.
Do you mind repeat, or what do you?
But no, a lot of these projects we have right now, I know they've been funded, right? They're already encumbered off of our last bond, I imagine.
Correct.
And then, so how about some of these other visionary projects like the Cajon? I don't think that one's been budgeted for, right? So, what are we looking at for funding? I heard some of the funding from the state, but I believe that was like 40%. And how would we come up with additional funds is what I'm
Thank you
asking.
for asking. This is perhaps you saw my quick Board Friday update, and I gave you just last Friday. So part of our plan, as you know, the funding drive the project. Without funding, you're going to build. We may have a plan, we may have a dream, we have everything we like to do. What's the best for our community, for our school? At the end of the day, where is the money? I call show me the money. The fact of the matter, we are referring to perhaps the board, we like to bring a proposal to consideration for future bond. We're talking about November 2024. But keeping in mind, as you heard from modernization, the state will only pay 60%, and the district has to come up 40% match. If we don't have 40%, then the project cannot, we cannot build a project. So we cannot just sit tight. So we are, as my Friday update I gave you on last Friday, please, I refer to that I give you a quick timeline to consideration, board consideration, and moving forward. We have an existing unissued and authorized bond currently available, which we also like to bring to the agenda of coming soon for your approval to solve the remaining balance of the Measure N, the bond we authorized but is unissued. Those also going to build some of the project we call unfunded. That's part of the bond money, existing bond. So I'm talking about two part of the funding source: existing bond, available funding for your approval, and the future bond for build. Those are 100% unfunded project on our list. I hope I answer you what you're referring to.
You did. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. If there are no other questions or comments, Mr. Husky, you give me that look.
I just wanted to follow up to that.
Go right ahead.
So, okay, we have Measure N, which we can issue the bonds. I saw that. My question is, if we go for the next bond, can we also just see what we would need to require on our part, like what you're thinking about in the Measure N, or the new bond, plus what our liability would be, and how we would be funding that? Would it be existing or COP?
Yes, those are, we have to work through the process, come up with the list of the project and which project and how we can build those projects in our on the ballot to support our community, because the bond is, as you know, this all has to be project driven. Every dollar has to be spent to the project listed under the bond. Thank you.
I believe we've done some of that legwork already, right? Surveying and looking throughout and approximately how much money we would need and the percentages and everything else, right?
Yes, and the board, you're absolutely correct. Dr. White, we have done it, but we paused at the last time. So I think it's time for us to come back and present to you for your consideration approval. As you're seeing, it's a process. It takes 6 to 9 months to get to the ballot. We're talking about November 2024 ballot. So with your approval, we can bring things on the agenda for consideration and approval.
All right, I think right now at this time, I'd wait and then talk with my colleagues and see when we could agendize that. It's a lot of information right now this evening, so.
And we love to bring you information and present as a separate presentation for that particular item if you board desire to have it. Thank you.
Ms. Osmondina.
And I'd also like to just request a consensus on the school police department on the corner, just so that way the current board can see what was planned before, and then, hopefully, so if I don't know if I can have a consensus on that right now from the board.
I think, to be a little more specific, what are you asking for, Ms.?
I'm asking for them not to make any movements with the corner lot, which was designated for the school police department, and to present to the board before making any, because I had requested the same thing, but I didn't request it. I didn't request a consensus, and it's already on the agenda. It's 12.7 for the Welcoming Resource Center. I know they're doing the structural steel. I had asked for them to present to the board, what's going on with the corner. Now we're already moving forward. I just don't want this to happen with the school police, where they move forward and without having to present to the board, what are we really doing in that corner lot? I don't know if that makes sense.
And I probably need clarification. Are we already in process with the police department?
No, we're not.
Okay.
This is going to be strictly the Welcome Resource Center for the agenda item tonight, the structural steel for that building.
Yeah, no, but that's what I'm saying, is that I would like a consensus just to make sure that they don't move anything forward, similar to this case for the Welcoming Center. And that way they can present to the board. That's all I'm asking, present to the board, the current board, what's going on with the corner, and then we can move forward from there.
All right, I'm looking to my left, starting with Ms. Chahusky. Do we have consensus on that, Ms. Miles? I would say yes. Ms. Grande? All right.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome. All right, gentlemen, thank you again. We really appreciate your time and your patience and waiting for us to the wee hour tonight. Let's go ahead and move on to 8.0, 8.1, student board member discussion. And per board consensus, this item has been agendized for discussion at this time. And I think I'll lean over to my colleague over here and let Ms. Chahusky kind of start the conversation off.
I'm so excited. We have quite a bit for you. And I'm going to try to be as succinct as I possibly
quite a bit.
can.
Yeah, let's kidding.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to try to
that
be.
way.
The first thing I want to hand out to you. So you will have three documents in front. You have two that Karen left for us earlier, which is our board bylaws and the ed code. They mirror each other pretty quickly. I'd like to start by just touching on that so you understand what we've done so far, which was within our board bylaws and policy. And then I would get to the discussion part where we need input from you to move forward. So in our board bylaw, which is in accordance with the ed code, we've already established that we were going to have student board members, and that was done previously before COVID, and we are trying to bring the program back now. The board bylaw says that they should be filled by a vote of students or in accordance with procedures prescribed by the board. And we have, prior to this year, used the Student Leadership Advisory Council as the body that brought forth student board members. Because we are looking at a pilot year, that's what we asked for. We also asked to expand to 7 board members. We did, as we have done before, an application process. And yesterday we held interviews and then presented a slate to SLAC for their approval. We interviewed 9 students who were all really good. And so the first thing that is in front of you is the slate as voted on by SLAC yesterday, or consented by SLAC yesterday, of 7 student board members and 2 alternates. In our conversations yesterday, we it was Mrs. Grande, Dr. Rodriguez, myself, and Mr. Martinez. Mr. Ken Martinez will be staffing the program for us, as well as Karen and Nicole have been helping us as well. And I'd like to thank the 3 of them, because I couldn't have done this without them. What we would like to do is have the 7 board members and the 2 alternates. The 2 alternates would participate in activities outside of the board, so our trainings and things like that we do with them. So if they need to step up, they'd be ready to fill in. If somebody needs to step down because of their class load, or they're not interested anymore, they don't have the time, whatever that issue is. We look to have representation as many high schools as possible from and you will see that we did try to ensure that there was at least one student from each of the high schools. Those that aren't on here is because no one from those schools applied. I'm sorry?
I was just looking for our other San Andreas and Sierra.
Yeah, there no one from those schools applied. No one from Sierra, San Andreas, Indian Springs.
And then we solicited them and encouraged them just as much as any other school,
Yes,
right?
and that's going to be one of the things moving forward, in our suggestions moving forward is that we have at least one board member that is from San Andreas or Sierra moving forward, and that we work on that. That's one of the things we'll work on. So this is our slate. What we would like to put forward to the board is that they be put into a team of 4 and a team of 3 that would alternate board meetings. In talking with Karen, we think we can accommodate that so that, and we know that every board member may not attend, every student board member may not attend every time, but we would have a team of 4 and a team of 3 so that they would kind of be the cohort that supports each other. The schedule is yet to be determined. Their term begins July 1, which conforms with our board bylaws and ed code. Both of them have a term that goes from July 1 to June 30 in the laws. We would like to host a reception and a swearing in for these students, and we sort of gave them a heads up yesterday on July 11th, which would be the first board meeting after their term begins on July 11th. We will also invite the alternates to be there and be introduced, but obviously they would not be sworn in because at this point in time they are not board members. We would also like to host a retreat for them on it's basically the teacher work days, coming back work days. The 27th would be just the student board members so that we could do work with them. And then the 28th would be a joint board retreat on the 28th, Friday the 28th. One of the reasons that we chose Mr. Martinez for the program is he is also working, and I think I've mentioned this to you before, with the city on their city council program. And we see this as an avenue to greater coordination and participation with the city and looking at some collaboration with the 2 boards moving forward. All 9 will automatically become members of SLAC next year so that we also have that voice and that coordination with them. This year is going to be a pilot year. We want the program the design to be driven by the students with our support, input, and approval. But we would like them to have if we're gonna have student voice, we'd like to have them have actual voice on what this program looks like. But we will have input like moving forward, 1 slot needs to be saved like for San Andreas and, on that. So I have some things that, and we want the student board members to be a team. So we have some things for discussion. Some of these things are just generic that we need, and some of these are driven by the bylaws and ed code. So things that I'd like for our discussion tonight, and it might actually lead to some of the things you're already thinking about, is we'd like to know what some of the expectations for the program for you are, what you would like to see in the program as we move forward with the students. We'd like to know how would you individually like to interact with these student board members outside of them sitting on the dais with us. Those are the things. The other thing is the board bylaws and education code 35012, which I submitted to you, states that they shall be allowed to cast preferential votes, be recognized, and participate fully in all except closed sessions. So that means that we need to talk about the agenda and how the agenda will reflect this participation beginning July 11th. How could we reorder the agenda to accommodate this? There might be some things we might need to update in our board bylaws at a later date. One of the things that are probably going to have to be updated is there is a current Assembly Bill 275 by Assemblymember Ward, which would compensate student board members effective January 1st, 2024. It was passed out of the Assembly on a 67-0 vote. It's had its first reading in the Senate and is currently in Senate Ed and Senate Appropriation. Senate Ed, I think it's in Senate Ed. So that's all on my presentation for now, but those are the things that I needed discussion and input on so that we can move forward. We're going to be meeting to plan the 27th. We need input on the 28th because what you all have to say will drive what we do with the students moving forward.
Well, Ms. Chahusky, first of all, thank you for doing all that work. That was a significant amount of work and time on your part, so it is appreciated and giving us some direction and you know, I think we're actually going to get there now. I'll go ahead and start with Ms. Alexander, and then any other lights and comments, discussion. This is a good topic. Thank you.
Thank you for all your work. That's awesome. Did you explain what the alternates, I mean, will they be sworn in too, or what would their position be?
They will not be sworn in. They will be here and introduced. We would like them to go be at the retreat and the retraining, get all the training. They won't be sitting on the dais and participating because they weren't unless one of the 7 steps out, then they would step into their position.
And steps, what you mean by step
They
out?
resign as a board member.
Resign, not,
Sorry,
you're
resign
right.
as a board member.
Yeah, no worries. And I guess my other request is I'll be on the Freedom Tour that time period, so I won't be getting back until July 11th. I'm going after you. So is there a way to look at another swearing date, maybe last week in June?
It's July 27 and 28.
I thought you said July 11th for their swearing in.
July 11th is the board meeting because that's the first board meeting of their term. They
okay.
start July 1, so we need to swear them in at the first board meeting in July.
Okay, no worries.
Sorry about that.
I'll send you a picture.
Yeah, and we'll send you a picture.
Okay, all right.
Thank you, Ms. Alexander. Ms. Grande? All right. Well, I think we have some direction right here. You know, when we had student board members before here up on a dais, we made sure that they had an opportunity to speak earlier and then be able to go home early too, just based on it being on a school night. So I think that's something we have to always consider, that we build their comments into the meeting earlier so they have an ability to have a voice. I will say I would like to see a student from every school, high school. You know, when we don't have kids from Sierra or San Andreas, obviously that is a group that is often marginalized, and so we need to make sure that they have a voice because they see things from a different lens often in those schools and do things a different way. That's why they end up in those schools and are successful, as we saw this evening with one student, which was a great story. So I think we need to make a concerted effort there. You know, we have one high school that has 3, another high school that has 2, and I would expect that for those schools, but at the same time, we need to be equitable in our selection process. So that would be my one concern, in that also in regards to the representation demographic of our student body as well, our board members. So, and how were they elected again, just so I know?
So if I may, the students, not all these students are A students. I'm not going to. There are students who are yeah. There are students who have struggled and are not struggling, but are not as academically proficient as others. You know, they do represent a fairly wide. Yeah, even if they're not at Sierra and San Andreas. We sent out emails to all of the SLAC students, which every high school is supposed to have 5 to 7 students on SLAC. Dr. Moss did the recruitment on there. Then we also sent out invitations to some of the ICUC students in addition to that.
I do have something to add.
And so that's kind of how the request went out. We have traditionally used Slack. That's what, prior to the pandemic, that's where the board recruited their students from. And so we did that for this pilot year. The students may make some other suggestions, but we also may have to think about how we're going to recruit if we don't get from those schools. We have more high schools than slots because we said 7, so that was another issue that we had.
Well, with the alternatives, we could accommodate.
And then to your agenda, I hear what you're saying. The ed code, if you look at the ed code, it's I think it's it may be a discussion even for another day, but it is they're supposed to have preferential voting and conversation on each of the items. So if they're not here, I don't know how they do preferential voting. Preferential voting basically says it's a means of a formal expression of opinion that is recorded in the minutes and cast before the official vote of the governing board of the school district. A preferential vote shall not serve in determining the final numerical outcome of the vote. No preferential vote shall be solicited on matters subject to closed session discussion. So they're supposed to, before we vote, they're supposed to be able to have their preferential vote. So that's why I was kind of saying, I know that in the past we've sort of had them and just kind of do a report and go, but that's not what Ed Code says. So,
I think this is an opportunity for us to improve the process as well, right? And
Just have a comment.
I did have something on mind as well, but go ahead, Ms. Grande.
All right,
Hopefully
thank
I'll
you.
remember.
Well, we were concerned about how are they going to reach students in other high schools, and so one of the questions that we did ask them was, how will you communicate to every student, not just in your own high school? Remember, we had that big question, and I think some of them said social media, but all of them agreed that the best way to do it is in person. So it sounded to me like we were pretty confident that even though they were not at San Andreas, that they would make sure they would make a point to get over there and do an event, give away free food or do some way. So they're very sharp kids. They were really very sharp kids. So I have confidence.
Thank you, Ms. Grande. And then I do remember what I was going to say. You know, I know one of the parts I was looking at was that we'd be able to mentor or coach one of the board members or multiple board members, you know, that we would be able to work with them and hopefully show them examples of good governance that we need to work on as well. So maybe just working with them can help us understand the process and teach them about Brown Act and things like that, maybe even have workshops for them so they actually become very formalized in the process, and who knows what they'll become one day. So that would be my ask. So thank you.
I know that our time is all different. Some of us, don't work near San Bernardino, but I know we also have days that we can use. I just want to know what expectations or what activities, what board members are willing to do, because I don't want because we did talk about the mentoring, but if some folks may be able to spend lots of time, some may not be able to spend as many. So I just really want to kind of have a gauge of what the board's expectation of what our role will be with them outside of board meetings, and if any, and what activities you would like to see. I know we've talked about the coordination with city council, a number of times, but what the bridge committee and such, but what else, how, just some input so we can design a program that meets the board's needs. We don't want to design something and you guys go, yeah, I don't have time for that.
I'll keep going here because everybody else is quiet, so I'll talk a lot now. No, I think it'd be great for them to participate in some of the civic events that we attend, and definitely get them out there. And, just like we have received our board members' shirts, the district shirts, they should have them as well. So we can market them and let folks know what we're doing, and then work with city council. And I'll just, go on a limb and be a little cocky here and show them how to do it. So that'll be really nice. We can set the path for them and work together with them. That's my expectation. All right. We do it very well. But I would expect them to be at some of the civic engagement events that we go to. We go to some galas. I know that might be late for them during the weeknight, so we'd have to obviously run that by them and their parents. But the events that we go to, I wouldn't expect them to go as many as some of our board members here, which go to a lot. But I don't know. We got almost everybody here goes to board events. So, but it would be nice to have them there. If we're there, to have them there, and again, to show them what it's like to actually, as I would say, sit in a chair, right? Because there's tremendous responsibility that comes along with it. Ms. Ceballos.
Yeah, so I just want to just kind of agree to that. I think having them come along to events, and they don't have to stay as long as we do. If it's an event in the evening, they could just come for a couple hours and leave after that. And then also, I really like the idea of workshops for them to learn about the Brown Act and things like that. So yeah, any opportunity that we have open to us, I think extending it to them, I would support.
All righty, well, it looks like it for discussion. Thank you again, Ms. Chahusky. Great job. And for everybody else that was involved, Martinez, I believe you were as well, so great job out there.
I'm sorry, Dr. White. So is July 28th okay for the joint board training with them?
I'll be honest, I haven't looked at my calendar, so I'd have to look. Yeah.
We just like to be able to start giving them some dates and some time so they know, at least the beginning expectation. So if we could just get some, even if it's just not right tonight, folks aren't always great at emailing back, but I just
I'm available.
I'm available as well. All righty, thank you very much again. Great job. Let's go ahead and move on to 9.0, Board Policies. 9.1, revisions to Board Policy 5125, Student Records. The Board will review revisions to BP 5125, Student Records, as reviewed by a Policy Subcommittee. If additional revisions are required, they will be made and submitted to the final board for final board approval at an upcoming board meeting. If no changes are required, the board is agreement on BP 5125, Student Records, can be adopted without a second reading. So let's open this up to discussion. All right, if I'm seeing and hearing none here, are we going to accept it as drafted on the first reading? All right, then I'll ask for a motion.
A motion. I can't.
All right, it's been motioned by Ms. Rosales Medina, seconded by Ms. Chahusky. She was louder than Ms. Ceballos, so. You didn't? Okay, Ms. Ceballos then seconded. Thank you, Ms. Ceballos. Let's go ahead and vote then. All right, motion carries. So Board Policy 5125 has been revised and updated. We will move on to 10.0, board member comments, and I will remind my colleagues to keep it succinct, 5 minutes please or less, and we will start with Mary Ellen, then work to my left.
Myself? Is it me? Did he call me? Yes? All right. Well,
Ms. Grande, yes, that's you.
oh, God, thank you. I was just really excited last week. I went to way too many events. I'm exhausted, but it was very exciting. Let's see, there was the one at the Water District that we all went to. It was just amazing, incredible. Marilyn Carnegie did not show. I was very sad about that. I was looking forward to seeing her. Just great, wonderful people, and the art by the students was just great. I wish I had a big checkbook, but there was that one, and then there was the Buckyball, which Ms. Chahusky and I just took over the whole place. We were just great as a team there, and she told her story, I told my story, and I think we were talking like at the same time anyway. It went over really well and got lots of attention, and I think someone called us Batman and Robin. We were a really good duo that night, so it was just delightful. And then this morning just like took the cake. I'll just have the ladies tell you more about that because I'm just really going downhill here right now. But but I was just walking through when did we go to the WA? Did we go together? Yesterday, that's right. That was an amazing experience. I think I was getting a little emotional because the alternate was not happy she didn't get picked, and I hated anybody to feel like they're not winning. And then I was really sad to see on the way out the Wawa building that our pictures are still not up there after 6 months of the election. None of the new board members' pictures are on the wall, and our dear Dr. Flores' picture is still there.
Mine's still on there? I just want to make sure.
I don't think so. I know.
Oh, well, in that case, we better make sure we
Yeah,
don't do
well,
that.
I don't know who's in charge of that. I think I mentioned Corinne, and she told me, oh, yeah, well, I've been real busy, but that was 5 months ago.
Trin,
So
not
maybe
Corinne.
perhaps we could check to see, not Katrin, Karina, communications, a photographer told me that. So no, not our Katrin. No. But if maybe you could find out whose responsibility that is. Do they just mail the photos to the principal and the secretary does it? Are we getting all new big frames? That's what's taking so long? They're handmade by wood, koa in Hawaii? I don't know. There, that's it, the end. I'm tired.
Thank you, Ms. Grande. Ms. Ceballos?
Thank you so much. So I'll make this brief as I can. I had requested information about the backlog on the assessments, and I did see the Friday update, not this one, but the prior one, where it did state that there was a backlog on the ECATs. I do remember that there's been a backlog for quite a while, if I'm not mistaken. And so maybe if we can get more additional information in terms of how many students are backlogged, and kind of like what's the plan and what's taking so long and getting those caught up. More specific information on that would be appreciated, please. And then I don't think I've gotten, and maybe you're still working on it, so if you are, just disregard my comment now, but I had asked about information regarding our mental health services. So this is not a request for special education. Special education has their ARMS department who services and provides mental health support to their students in special education, but I'm more specifically asking outside of special education, our general education population. We have the SWITS department who has the HEART team, and we do have contracts outside of them with Victor Community Services and I don't know, maybe a few others, but I've gotten word back that those contractors, when students are referred out to them, they ask for Medi-Cal. And so I just want to make sure that students and families aren't being denied services through these contractors because they don't have medical insurance. How are we, if that is the case, how are we supporting them within the district for them to be able to have access to mental health support, essentially? And again, that kind of ties to the idea of having centers at the different school sites. Again, I'm really glad that we're having this 12.7 item on the agenda for the Welcoming Resource Center. But again, that's going to be a central location. I'm looking for what specifically at the school sites do we have to offer for students around these areas, social, emotional, mental health. And I think that is all I had for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ceballos, with lots of time to spare. Mr. Husky.
Hey, so lots of great stuff has been happening. We had a Safe Routes Walk at E. Neal that was one of the best that we've had. It was so well attended. The parents are dying to take it on themselves even and do some Safe Routes Walks themselves. They really appreciated it. We found there were a few issues. There was a homeless encampment on the sidewalk that with 3 dogs that forced our kids to go out into the street to get around it. So fortunately, the city was there with us and able to, look at that. In the afternoon, we did a walk audit for Sierra, looking at the dismissal time where students are both dismissal for morning and the coming in for the afternoon session. And there was some craziness around the entry and exit of the parking driveway, because you have cars coming out of the back parking lot. You had a school bus and schools. So we were really looking at Doug was there on facilities, and we were really looking at how might we deal with traffic pattern moving forward as they're working on Sierra, because there's some really significant issues there. I finally got to attend a DLAC meeting, and it was amazing that we had some amazing students dancing and mariachis, and I was really impressed with the parents and their concerns and their input. I got to visit Harmon. If you haven't been to Harmon to the preschool, it is amazing. But my favorite part, they have a sensory room that, like, my little ADD self was so, like, I walked in there and I was like, oh my gosh, I'm so calm. It was, I need to have all my meetings in there because I could probably actually stay on track. I want to thank Dr. Robert Moss. We were at the SLAC meeting. I was able to attend several of the meetings this year. And the students were really well and engaged there. They were ready for their board presentation to us, which got postponed, which I'm sad because I think a couple of the presenters were seniors, so they're probably not going to get to, they'll have to pick new presenters. But I'm really looking forward to everybody hearing the work that they did this last year, because those kids did a lot of work this year. Today we went to the ICEC, ESL, and New Citizen graduation. It was so inspiring and moving. I wish everybody could see that. And the diversity of students. We had students from Russia and South America and Taiwan and China, and I mean, like, all points of the globe that went through the citizenship program and the ESL program there. I'm hoping that we, as we talk about sponsorships, I know we have sponsored the LEAD conference up at Cal State with Dr. Murillo before. And I had sent an email before on this, but I'm really hoping that we can provide sponsorship for the LEAD program and get that agendized or into the consent so that we can move forward to that. We've partnered with them in the past, and it's always really informative and helpful for the community in learning. Congratulations and kudos, and I would like to honor our education support professionals and classified staff as we move forward, and they're honored their week next week and their day today, but they're important every day. And to that end, school safety, I talk about the safe routes to school, but school safety, welcoming, campuses that feel safe to students and staff is something that's really important and a priority to me. So I'm hoping that we can continue to keep that on our agenda in our forefront and really think about how we can coordinate or even make our program stronger around safe schools, safe routes, and culture and climate. I was able to attend the Making Hope Happen Foundation Gala, which was amazing as it always was. I also went to the Link Scholarship Breakfast where one of our students got a scholarship, and our Miss Alexander became a member of that group, so it was really nice to be there to honor her. And then the last thing that evening, we went to the Buckyball, which he talked about. We went to the Buckyball because we received an award. We received the San Bernardino City Unified School District Good Egg Award from the San Bernardino County Museum. And it is the cutest little award I think I have ever seen in my entire life. And it's because of our participation and our ability our access of the museum with our students for field trips and our partnership with the county museum. They said we are one of their best partners, and we thank them for the opportunities that they give to our students who often don't get outside of their neighborhoods, and how the exhibits are. If you haven't been to the museum, it's not the museum when we were kids. It is fabulous. So I strongly suggest that you make a visit to go through and see it. And that concludes my report.
Time to spare. Good job, Mr. Husky. And we'll move over here to Ms. Alexander. Actually, time
Thank
over.
you. Just a couple of things. I also attended the Making Hope Happen. That was actually a very nice event. It's my first time going. Really enjoyed it. I like the fact that we had our Pathways programs there. And being able to really see a lot of just what we're doing at the schools and having the students participate was awesome, and the pride that they instilled. So kudos to, I think it's Dr. Applegate for having them come out. That was really great. In terms of Links Incorporated, I think it's important also to mention that we were able to give out $50,000 worth of scholarships. So thank you, San Bernardino City Unified, for the contribution. Really appreciate that. And many of the students attend schools within the city of San Bernardino, but it was impacted students throughout the county of San Bernardino and Riverside. So we made a significant impact. I know we've been supporting the scholarship breakfast for quite some time. It was the 45th year. And Mickey's mom is a charter member. Yes. In addition to that, I attended a late start meeting yesterday, and I just wanted to make sure that, because there was a lot of dialogue around the concerns related to the late start, and I'm not sure what we're going to do with the information that was captured, but I think it's important if we can come back and share, what's been discussed and to address some of the concerns, particularly not only for the parents that were vocal, but also the CSO representatives that were here today, just to make sure that they've been heard and that we've addressed those concerns, because they seem pretty impactful. And I'm really concerned about just the health of our CSO workers that were here and what they discussed, most importantly, related to not only the situations that they're involved in, protecting the students and the staff, but themselves. And then when they highlight the fact with their lunch being impacted and what does that mean for their overall mental wellness, that's pretty important. So if we can come back with something as it relates to how we're going to address that, particularly late start, and then also just the CSO representatives that express their concerns. And then the last item that I wanted to talk about was in reference to the HR recruitment. So I think it was about a month ago I brought it up, and I did read the Friday write-up, and I want to say thank you to Dr. Ponchos. I did read it, and we did talk about it. Great write-up in terms of our recruitment and what we're doing to go ahead and recruit outside of our confines, because I did look at it in terms of just like the schools we partnered with, also the information that's in there related to just our statistical data in terms of, I think it's the number of recruitment for both classified and non-classified. I did make a couple of recommendations, but they're just more cosmetic than anything else, and then maybe an opportunity for us to kind of think outside the box when it comes to our recruitment effort to maybe outside of California. And then I think there was just one other area that I wanted to highlight. We have a number of employees that retired last week. So it was about 100. And I think it would be important for everyone to understand, the community to understand what we're doing to mitigate that, if any. Maybe we don't, but it's just, the material is definitely good. It's just a matter of how do we get the message out there, and that's it.
Thank you, Ms. Alexander. Ms. Rosales Medina.
Wanted to say early happy graduation to everyone, and I'm really excited to attend the graduations in the next few weeks. So, just happy graduation.
Thank you, Ms. Rosales Medina, and I'll try not to go too long. Some of this was information I was hoping to report out at the last meeting, but I didn't have it, and I wanted to be very specific about it. So just want to congratulate our Chavez and Semi percussion drum lines, both earned gold medals, winning their championship divisions. That happened down in Fullerton. It also capped off an undefeated season for them, which is amazing. Hopefully we can have them come perform for us before a meeting. I love drumline. Also important, Paul Locke was inducted in the Winter Guard Association Southern California Hall of Fame for his many years of hard work and excellence. Well done, Mr. Locke, and thank you for all you've done for our children. Congressman Pete Aguilar had his 33rd annual Congressional Art Competition, where we had a number of students win at the Garcia Art Center. High school senior Jenna Parafina, who I think we all know here, won first place. She won a $3,500 scholarship and a trip to Washington, D.C. Wow, pretty amazing. So congratulations to her. And our inaugural VAPA Awards was held on May 4th at Indian Springs as well. 79 students were selected by the VAPA teachers to be recognized. We also recognized some of our teachers as Amy Hitchings at elementary music, Todd Montemayor, middle school music, and Robin Holt, high school art, were selected as the VAPA Teachers of the Year. Dr. Janice Gordon and Dr. Robert Morales were selected as VAPA Administrators of the Year, so great job to them. As we mentioned earlier, we did have our retiree recognitions, which was a very fun event. 25, 30, 35, and 40 years of folks that have served our district, with distinguished service. And then, of course, our retirees, great recognition for them. Also at the Making Hope Happen Gala, we heard about that. I see Erin Brinker, our Director of Programs and Development for the Making Hope Happen Foundation. She's the only person left in the crowd, so I want to make sure we acknowledge her for being here. I'm wondering why you're still here, but I'm glad to see you. But no, thank you for all your work that you do on the foundation. It was a great event. As you probably know, I spent most of my time in the student arts section. I was very fortunate. I want to thank Keith Brocky and the students. I think most of them were probably from Arroyo Valley High School. I was able to get 3 pieces of art, so I keep my streak going. It's really great to get their work and to display it, in many different places. So congratulations to our students and our staff for the amazing work that they did and raising funds at the gala. And those are my comments. Thank you. So we'll move over to 10.2. Superintendent Ariano.
Yeah, thank you, President Wyatt, and distinguished members of the board, and one member of the audience, and the folks watching in. So, first of all, I just want to say a big thank you to Sam and Tom. What an excellent presentation today, and I'm so very pleased to see that the board is excited about the work that they've done. So thank you so much for your compliments of them. They have put in a lot of work, and it's making a big difference in our community and for our kids and for our staff. So I appreciate Sam and Tom, all their work. Congratulations to everybody at the Make Hope Happen. The gala was just beautiful. That Sterling Natural Resource Center, I'd never been there. Beautiful location. Everybody looked dapper, and just a wonderful event. And please extend my Congratulations to Executive Director Nikki Detman for just a great event. It was a wonderful moment, and Soul Point is my favorite band. You know, our kids, you know, they're now my favorite band. I follow them like a groupie now. So thank you to them. Board, I wanted you to know that I had the great honor of being the keynote speaker at the Cal State San Bernardino School of Education credential graduation ceremony. So it was really nice to represent our school district and be able to say a few words to the graduates. Many of them were San Bernardino City employees who were earning either a master's degree or an additional credential. So it was nice to represent all of you at that event, and I thank the School of Education for that opportunity. I had the opportunity also to throw out the first pitch at the San Manuel 66ers Stadium for the Extended Learning Day program day there. And just for the record, Danny Tillman was putting pressure on me. He was saying, man, don't embarrass me. Don't embarrass the board and throw the ball over or bounce it. Sandro is my witness. I threw an 85-mile-an-hour fastball right down the middle, right? I made that glove pop, right, Sandro?
85. I'm sorry, 85.
Maybe it
or
was
8
55. Maybe it was 55.
All right.
Maybe I
'Cause I know
embellished,
Katrin bulleted one in there.
But
last
I
year
wanted
herself,
Danny
so.
Tillman to know I did
80.
not embarrass the board, man. I represented well. So I also want to thank everybody that was involved in our employee appreciation recognition. That was such a nice event. That was my first experience run through it. And what a beautiful moment to celebrate all our employees that have been here 40, 30, 25, our retirees. So, you know, communications department, the ladies in my office, our explorers from our Explorer program, our printing and nutrition services. Thank you guys for putting together just a wonderful event. It says a lot about our organization. I think our employees felt seen, heard, and special on that night. So thank you everybody for putting that together. A big shout out to Scott Nelson and his team for our first annual VAPA Awards that was mentioned today. That was also a great event where we got to celebrate kids and staff. And I think it's more symbolic for the community to know that we believe in a well-rounded education for students. It's not just about math, science, reading. That's important as well, but also the arts, performance, and self-esteem is just a wonderful message that we're sending out. So Scott, congratulations on a great first event. And then just a couple of shout-outs, personal shout-outs. Number one, I want to shout out to Dr. Will Greer, our director of ETSA, who today I was a witness. He was the recipient to the Children's Deserved Success Award today, put on by San Bernardino County Schools. So I was very happy to be there today and cheer him on. And then a shout out to our safety officer, Eric Vatier. We received an email from one of his neighbors. He lives, I believe, in Rancho Cucamonga, was coming home, and one of his neighbors' homes was on fire. And without hesitation, Eric ran in and pulled out 2 people from that home. And so one of his neighbors sent that email to us. And, you know, Eric I think, is just what a great person, great human being. And it's just a great reflection of the people that work for us here in the district. So that's all I have tonight. Thank you. Hope everybody had a great Mother's Day, by the way. So thank you, sir.
Waking me up there. Thank you, boss. We'll move on to 11.0. 11.1, approval personnel report number 19, dated May 16, 2023, which contains actions such as hiring, retirements, resignations, promotions, and terminations.
So moved.
Second.
I think we had to say it was as presented first, but then good job. All right.
As presented.
Thank you, boss. And I have no idea who motioned second that.
I motioned first.
All right, Mrs. Osmedina
Second.
and Mr. Husky second after Dr. Funches. Thank you very much. Any discussion? All right, let's vote. Okay, motion carries. Moving on to 11.2, approval of the temporary borrowing between funds of the school district for fiscal year 2023-2024.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, let's go ahead and vote. Motion carries. Moving on to 11.3, resolution to approve to provide full-day kindergarten facilities and file grant program applications.
So moved.
It's been moved and properly seconded by Ms. Rosales Medina and Ms. Alexander. Any discussion? All right, hearing and seeing none, let's vote. Okay, motion carries. We're going to go ahead and move on to, I'm sorry, it's 12.0 consent item, consent items. 12.1 approval consent item agenda.
Do we go ahead and ask for which ones we approve, or do we vote on it first?
Actually, we'd make a motion, a second, then we'd
Yeah.
have discussion.
Okay, so I'll motion.
Okay.
It's been moved by Ms. Rosales and seconded by Ms. Ceballos. Any discussion or items to be pulled?
Pull 12.7 for
12.7.
discussion.
Any others? All right, and I will be abstaining on 12.27, so I'd like to pull that, please. As it is a contract with San Diego County Superintendent of Schools, there is no cost to it, but I am an employee with the district. Yes, ma'am, Ms. Alexander.
For 12.4, I don't think I can vote for it.
Take a look. Sorry, my screen is not doing what I wanted to do. Yep, you're right. You are now a member, right? So we'll pull 12.4 for Ms. Alexander. All right. Okay, I have 12.4, 12.7, 12.27. Any other items? All right, hearing seen none, let's go ahead and vote on the consent agenda as amended. All right, motion carries. We'll go ahead and move on to 12.4. And usually on this one, Ms. Alexander, you could either remove yourself from the room or abstain or recuse yourself. Okay. So we'll go ahead and wait for you. We'll go ahead and I'll go over 12.4 once she leaves the room. Okay, 12.4, ratification of sponsorship with San Diego Valley Chapter Links, Inc., in the amount of $1,250 for the superintendent's office.
So moved.
Second.
It was moved by Ms. Rosales Medina, second by Ms. Ceballos. Any discussion? All right, hearing seeing none, let's go ahead and vote. Almost there, folks. Almost there. Hang in there. Hang in there. We're getting close. We actually may end up a lot of time. All right, motion carries. Moving on to 12.7. This one was pulled by Ms. Rosales Medina. Amendment number 2 to the leaseback contract for the Welcoming Resource Center project with structural steel in the amount of $3,868,000 with business services.
I guess my issue is that I don't want to necessarily halt anything that has to do with the Welcoming Center because I know that it's a much needed process. But I do understand that, I mean, or they should understand, those that were pushing this forward without presenting for the board, is that the original plan, well, they had brought in that this will be the Welcoming Center, which is not, so the corner would be school police, and then the next door to it would be the Welcoming Center. And what I had been pushing for was it to be reversed, where the school police be in the center and the main focal point would be the Welcoming Center on the corner. As you enter the Welcoming Centers on the corner, it would be more visible. But now that we're moving forward with this already, with the Welcoming Center with getting approval for structural steel, that means they're moving forward regardless of bringing it forward to the board. So I just want to note that then my next push would be to not have anything that's in that corner, not the school police there, and maybe have something else in that corner versus having the school police department there. So I just want to kind of give my viewpoint on that. You know, since they went ahead and just moved forward with this, that now my push would be not to have the school police period at that corner location. So I will not be supporting it, but I just wanted to make, you know, my thoughts known on this matter.
Thank you, Ms. Rosales Medina. Ms. Ceballos?
Just so that I am able to understand, Ms. Medina, if you can elaborate a little bit more as to why you have such concerns or hesitations about the school police
Being
built.
on the corner. So for me, and I know that during that time we had a lot of community come forward, and like you're tearing down a school church, and then you're going to build a school site. I mean, a police site there. You tore down the motel, and then you're going to put the welcoming center there. So when I heard some of those comments, to me, then it made sense. Why not have the welcoming center in the corner where this previous church was at? And that it was literally, you know, as you drive by, you see the whole corner and more of a welcoming area versus having it in the center between, you know, the school police. So it made more sense. And during that time, that we did receive a lot of public comments that were against having the school police replace the church that was torn down.
And just for my clarification, I know Mr. Priestley left, but do we know why that decision was made? To have it there.
And that's one of the reasons why I had asked before they present this, any of the expenditures, was so that way you are able to see what are, you know, I don't want it to make it my decision. I wanted the board, the current board, to see what's going on. But since they're moving this forward, but that's a great question. I mean, that would have been something I would have wanted that the board sees. What are the plans? What are the original plans? And maybe it was something that you would be convinced that this is a great idea. We should move forward. But we didn't get, wasn't able to get that opportunity for the current board to look at. Since we already have the item up, I don't want to necessarily delay, so I'm in conflict with it because I wish we would have had the board see it before it was already on the agenda.
Thank you, Ms. Ceballos. Ms. Chahusky?
What building is facing the street? Is it the welcome? Because you've got what is that, 7th Street, and you've got East Street.
They're both facing the street. So like, for instance, the theater's right here. Right. They're planning to have the welcoming center. And all of that would have been great for the board to see as well. So the welcoming center would be in the center, and then the corner would be the school police. So the welcoming center would be in between the theater and the school police. And
behind, like
no,
like
it's they're all on
East
Street, facing East Street. Yes, and so. And that, like I said, that would have been great for you to see before now we're already moving forward with the next process.
Well, I have a quick question. If they have already decided that that's how it's going to be, I'm assuming that they have the information readily available.
Yes, they do. They have the drawings. They have everything. Yeah.
Could we not just postpone this item for the next board meeting?
Could. I would suggest we do
have
that.
It presented.
And then have it where at least, even if they don't necessarily present, but at least provide what they gave us. They had a booklet with information on the drawings and what they're proposing.
I can jump in there. I'm going to have to defer either to President Wyatt or my colleagues here, because I was not here when these plans were first initiated. I'm sure it's dating back a year or more than that. So I don't know the history. So maybe either.
Go ahead. You know, and I definitely respect what Ms. Rosales Medina is saying and her concerns about it as well. However, this particular, you know, agenda item right here on the consent agenda is for the Welcoming Resource Center, correct? So this has nothing to do with the police department.
No, but see, what the thing is that then, so I guess what I'm trying to say is that since we move forward with this, and I guess when we do speak on regards to school police, then my push would be not to have the school police on the corner. I mean, it would have been easier for us to have the conversation where we could try to maybe move it, where the welcoming center would be in the corner, and then have the school police in the center. But then now my push, and I know it's not necessarily fair, but then my next push would be not to have the school police next to the welcoming center. So I just would have wanted maybe to hear the board. They probably would have told me, Abigail, you know what, let's just do it this way. And then I could have been convinced maybe otherwise, but we never got an opportunity to speak on it. That's what I'm saying, is that I'd never had the new board members look at it, look at the drawings. What is it gonna look, what is the renderings? What is the site's gonna look like? Because even the school police building, it had red, white, and blue on some of the renderings that I didn't really, and then it had like, the structure wasn't all there. I know they said they made changes, but I haven't seen the current changes even then. So I just wished that we had an opportunity for the board. I know Ms. Ceballos did ask that we kind of wait until the next board meeting. That way they can see what that looks like before voting for that structural part.
I think we did agendize that, right? That we would have that
Well, I
discussion.
did ask for this,
Right.
and that's why. But then when I saw it on the agenda, I was like, wait.
I think this is separate though, correct? I want to make sure we separate the two. This is for the wellness center, not the police station. And I think I'm going to get some clarity here because I don't want to halt something that's already been designed and approved by us, because this is just an action item now on actually a lease back. It's not even on for the completion of it. Dr.
Yeah, so just for clarification, so the Welcome Resource Center has been in the works for many, many, many years, over a decade. From when we had enrollment kind of here in this building, and then we moved it over to the Carousel Mall, then we moved it to 2nd Street, and so they don't have a place. And so the parents had been asking for this one-stop shop, so to speak, for, again, decades. Now, from my recollection of the last conversation that we had about it, was that you were thinking about flip-flopping, right? Flip-flopping the buildings, so that the Welcome Resource Center would be on the corner, and then the school police building would be kind of in between the Sturgis. But I believe the conversation was that plans were already done, had already been approved by DSA, and to delay or to actually move the building to another lot may hinder us actually completing construction, because we were using ESSER funds for that. And so if we delay the project and then have to go back to DSA, we risk not being able to even build it at all. The renderings are done. I have reviewed them, as all of student services will be going into that building, as well as I believe IT and transportation. And so, we can have Tom and Sam make sure that you have a copy of it. They're in the process of meeting with all the departments to make sure that they have enough capacity for spaces for people to work in the workspaces. And so that actually, I think, started occurring within the last 2 weeks. So I hope that answers your question a little bit better.
No, it does. But what I'm saying is that, so the movement of it has been through the department, not necessarily, through the board's approval per se. And if maybe we can get where the records show that the board approved it, and then they were supposed to make changes, they never presented to us what those changes would be. And they keep moving forward without really bringing it to the board for updates. And so that was my concern. And that's what still is my concern, that they're still going to continue to do what they want to do without bringing it to the board, at least for updates. What's, okay, you made changes to the drawings. What are the changes?
I think the concern was, the last time it came to the board, was that the board, the update was that they were going to add an additional floor to that building. And I think that came within the last 6 months. They came to talk to the board about adding that additional additional floor to that space. I believe the board had already approved the construction of the building, and not necessarily which departments were going to be moving in the building. So I think we'd probably have to ask for clarification as far as what was the direction of whether or not the board had to approve which departments were moving into the building versus the construction of the building and the spaces and kind of the vision for that space.
All right, Mr. Husky.
A lot of this happened probably before those of us that came on in December and January were here, but I understand that school police needs a new space. Knowing their old space, I know that we need a new space. I think my concern that Mrs. Medina brought up and that I kind of agree with is having where school police is, it's sort of the face of the district when you're coming north. That's what, instead of that beautiful welcoming resource center, welcome to our district.
Right, that's what my concern too.
It's facing, so I think that's what her concern is. However, if we've already gone through all of that, the DSA approval stuff, like changing it is almost impossible at this point. And so I get your frustration because like this is construction, this is structural steel. They're ready to start building by putting in the steel. I mean, this isn't just another paperwork thing, you know, it's actual construction. So I don't know how much we can change at this point. I would just ask if there is any change that there's some kind of front that doesn't look like a police department on the corner, like that has more of that welcoming student feel than, you know, a police
Or
department
maybe
feel.
find a different location for that corner. I mean, that can be another
I don't know if they'll be
concept.
able to do that and then do construction, because I know there's a domino at this point, right? So if it's already gone to state and gone through all those processes, yeah, you can't change.
We can't reverse this.
No,
It's already been
that's-
approved. It's gone through DSA. We need orders of steel for this. This is only for the Welcoming Resource Center. We're losing scope of this action item on the agenda. We're here to vote on that only. Has nothing to do with the police station. So I recommend we vote on this, and if you want to vote no, that's great, but I recommend we take a vote at this time. All right, let's go ahead and vote. I can't even remember at this point, to be honest with you. There's a minute. I mean, we usually.
There wasn't a motion,
There
that's
wasn't a
why.
motion.
There
We
wasn't a
just- we went
motion.
straight
There
to
was just a
discussion.
suggestion
Right,
to
right.
move it
So
to
we
the
would
next
have to
board meeting.
motion to
Can
vote
I
on
also
it.
add something just to maybe assist with the situation?
We have to order.
Is that, so the idea around the police station on the corner of, I think it was like, what, 7th and E, that is an idea that still has to go through DSA. So there are really no actual plans. It is an idea. There's some renderings for that project, but that project itself has not yet, it's an unfunded project. So there's still lots of steps that need to take place.
Okay, so it's not necessary, something that we can still work with then?
Yes,
Yeah,
you
okay,
still have
that-
opportunities to kind of massage that and look at that and see
Okay.
if that's the best fit.
Thank you so much for
But
that,
the
yeah.
move to get done now is the Welcome Resource Center.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying with that piece. Thank
You're
you.
welcome.
Okay, so moved.
Thank you, Dr. Rodriguez. Okay, it's been motioned by Mr. Husky, and I will second it, just in the interest of time. Any other discussion? Let's go ahead and vote. All right, we had one nay, one nay, one abstention, and then 4 pass. So the motion does carry. Moving on to 13.0, review board member requests. 13.1, staff will review items updates as requested.
Dr. Wyatt, we didn't do
Oh, shoot.
yours.
Was there one more?
Yeah, your
Did I
abstain.
put my thing away? Where'd it go? 12.27, I'm sorry.
So moved.
Thanks. No, I am actually just abstaining on it. There's
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. Any discussion? I already gave my discussion, so. All right, let's go ahead and vote. Thank you for the reminder. Okay, motion carries. So we will move on now to 13.0. Thank you for the correction. Review board request 13.1. Staff will review items updates as requested.
Mr. Tillman and Dr. Wyatt requested to agendize for discussion the impact of late start on CSOs. Ms. Alexander asked for the status of board-approved facilities projects to include time period and prioritization. Ms. Rosales Medina requested that the district halt any development of the corner lot for school police until the current board can review the development plan and make suggestions. Ms. Rosales Medina requested consensus from the board to agendize presentation on the development of the school police. Ms. Grande requested again to have the new board members' photos updated at the WA building. Ms. Ceballos requested additional specific information on how many students are backlogged in ECATS. What is the reason for the backlog? What is the district's plan to address the backlog?
And if I add, what has been the progress made thus far? Because this backlog, I think, has been for the last two years coming out of the pandemic or something like that, because I remember it. So how many did we have then, and how many have we completed, and kind of where are we?
And Ms. Ceballos is asking for information on how are we supporting students at school sites, and what do we offer them in regard to mental health, especially if they do not have insurance. She would like to make sure students are not being denied services. Ms. Chehusky is requesting for consensus to agendize Dr. Murillo and support lead. And Ms. Alexander is requesting to come back and address concerns from the CSOs regarding the late start. And that is it.
All righty, thank you very much. We'll move on to 14.0, 14.1 adjournment. Ms. Felicia Alexander, you had a comment on that one? I'm sorry,
I
did they
just want
miss
to make
something?
sure we're clear about the CSOs. It's more than just late start. It was regarding what they were concerned with related to their safetiness. And right.
Also, I think we did get consensus to agendize that item. I don't know if that was included on your notes.
Correct. We could probably combine everybody. I think you asked for that. We're good.
The only consensus I recall is for the corner lot discussion. Is that what you're referring to? That was the consensus.
No, I think we got consensus to have that agendized, and I think it was brought up by Mr. Tillman to have that discussion. And then I had mentioned, can we also make sure that in part of that agendized meeting, can we bring this information forward? And I can't remember what that request was. And then Ms. Chehusky had added to that as well. So one of the things that I had requested to bring forward when that got agendized was how are we determining the student, the ratio, the student to CSO ratio per school site. That was my additional input.
Alrighty, folks, are our concerns and board member requests captured accurately now? Do we feel that way, board? All right, I'm gonna say I hear and seeing none. I will go ahead and motion to adjourn the meeting. Can I get a second?
Second.
It's been seconded. Thank you very much. Everybody have a wonderful evening. I want to give my board credit. Good job. We made up a lot of time because we had a lot of public comments tonight. We had about an extra hour of public comments, so I think we were able to get a half hour back, so great job.